Are we live? Can you guys see us?
Not yet. Same, waiting for our try thinking.
Yeah, okay. Bust the time.
So Euclid
Sorry, I'm just scared to break head.
Bev is model afflicted.
Well, it's wrong.
Wait, Euclid is a fantasy. Have you read the book? It's called Euclid's Elements. That's really good. You should give it a look.
Well, it's
over.
wrong.
Yeah, we're probably one of the most perfect books ever wrote.
Well, it's
Mathematical
wrong
as well.
Well, it's wrong.
What, Euclid's elements are wrong?
No, it's wrong, isn't it?
I don't know. You say it's wrong. Like you've just
on
said
a
it
surface,
three or four times there. But how is it wrong? You just say in that Euclid's elements is wrong. Euclidean geometry is wrong. Brenda.
Right.
This is getting old, Brenda. I mean, come on. You've got to do better than that. You're not going to sell many globes talking like that.
It's wrong.
Yep.
It's wrong because in the presence of gravity, space is non-Euclidean.
Hyperbolic geometry is not the same, right, as reality.
Okay, well, that's good.
However,
you did say it was in reality, though. So where would you find that?
It's a better description of reality than
Well,
Euclid.
it's wrong.
It's better.
What?
Do you have like the book on hyperbolic geometry with the author's name and all the definitions and axioms and all, or do you just add it on as book 16 to Euclid? Like, what's going on?
Well, it's wrong.
So general relativity. So Euclid is a fantasy model. So Euclid is a fantasy model. That is model afflicted.
Wait, Euclid is a fantasy. Have you read the book? It's called Euclid's Elements. That's really good. You should give it a look over.
Well, it's wrong.
So Euclid is a fantasy model.
That's child abuse.
Please don't be model afflicted like Brenda.
That's child abuse. That's child abuse.
You are model afflicted.
Euclid is fantasy.
That's child abuse.
But space-time geometry is real. Wow, Brenda, you outdid yourself.
I have in my imagination land, trying to focus. Right. If I use Euclidean geometry,
that's child
to
abuse.
Describe reality. I have in my imagination land, which is real.
It's inherent in nature.
Well, it's wrong.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You just don't.
I don't understand the doublespeak. I don't understand the contradictions.
I'm not sure that I would call myself a diletheist. I don't understand diletheism, because that's what logic is.
Yeah.
Absolutely foundational, right?
And there are different logics with different axioms. Well, it's by imagination, so I can just bend it in my imagination. I'm not sure that I would call myself a diletheist. I don't understand diletheism. Well, it's by imagination, so I can just bend it in my imagination.
Can you explain to us why they disagree?
That's child abuse. That's child abuse.
Because it turns out I can just bend it in my imagination. Space-time is non-Euclidean.
Well, it's wrong.
Euclidean.
Yeah.
One of Kant's well-known mistakes.
It's not my problem that you don't want to learn. You just on your own.
Well, if the current, so if the plane is saddle-shaped, so I can just bend it in my imagination. If the plane if you bend it, make it saddle-shaped, then
it's not a plane then, Brenda.
You think things are doublespeak, but that's because you don't understand. Well, if the plane is curved, so I can just bend it in my imagination. If the plane is saddle-shaped, if the plane if you bend it, make it saddle-shaped, then
it's not a plane then, Brenda. This is getting old, Brenda. I mean, come on, you've got to do better than that. You're not going to sell many globes talking like that.
So I can just bend it in my imagination. It's obvious
Up your game, Brenda.
No, I have.
You're meant to be an expert at this. Aren't you? Aren't you one of the best?
known, so I can just bend it in my imagination. Well-known mistakes.
Well, it's wrong.
I just understand.
It's wrong.
It's not my problem that you don't want to learn.
It's inherent in nature.
Yeah. That's a quote.
That's what it is. They need Euclidean geometry to do all their stolen concept shit.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worry.
As a front.
You're just on your own.
But in the back, they're doing their magic globe shit.
No logic, no answers to question.
Their magic globe shit.
You're just on your own.
Yes, that's what logic is.
Yeah, absolutely foundational, right?
And there are different logics with different axioms.
Reality, yeah.
It's inherent. It's inherent in nature. That's a quote.
Transcendental, relating to the spiritual realm.
If you read the second one, that's interesting.
Kantian philosophy. Is that what you're after? You like a bit of Kant? Presupposed and unnecessary to experience a priori. Have I heard QE say that a lot? Is that a better way of saying it? A priori?
Oh, Immanuel Kant introduced that kind of language. Well, actually, people have been talking about it before that, but he was the big man in the block.
The old philosopher.
Come to find out, that quote that I just spoke, it's inherent in nature.
Oh, was it?
Ah, yeah.
No way. Kant said that Euclidean geometry was what's that?
It's inherent in nature. Inherent in nature. Yeah.
Well, it's wrong.
That's a tough
Many
one.
people seem to quote Kant or whatever to saying that reality is obviously and clearly Euclidean.
Yeah.
That's child abuse. That's child abuse.
One of Kant's well-known mistakes.
Because I do actually teach my son
irrelevant.
Geometry. So when you say we...
Yeah, that's child abuse. That's child abuse.
What, teaching my child geometry?
What? Yeah.
And we are live. We have been for a bit. Welcome. It is Free for All Fridays, but we may catch up a bit on a bit of Euclid that we missed out on last night, because we've been having a bit of fun with Euclid. So if you want to come on in. Free for all. Say what you want, but if nobody comes in, we're going to be doing a little bit of Euclid. And I would think that we're going to anyway have to talk about the straight line. So if you don't want us to talk about straight lines, bit of Euclidean geometry, then come on in. Have you say?
That song was great.
You like that one?
That was great. I laughed a couple times. Shit, Brenda said.
Well, so I've got another one ready for that. From was it last night? The straight line one from last night. Shorter the distance than a straight line, is it in there? I don't know whether people noticed it. This one's called altering pi, because that's what Brenda said to do last night. Says it can go both ways, if anybody caught the clip of it. It actually needs to be able to go both ways, I think. Pi needs to be obviously what it is in reality, but in the other models that they have, it has to either be greater than or less than, depending on which geometric model you want to go with. I think it can't, it's impossible. So that's what we've been exploring mainly over the last few days, since I think really since the beginning of the week. It started off Pi week, and there is no what with the ratio, which way would it go? Can only go less, can it? You have a bigger one.
Over the smaller one.
Yeah, so it can be less, but can never be greater than. Yeah. Well, if you're living in reality, it can't be any other value. That's pi.
Yeah, you would have to have a shorter distance
Than a straight line.
Than a straight line, yeah.
Yeah. Don't know anybody stupid enough to do that. Can you even imagine? I had to go with asking the missus earlier on today. What does it do? You know, like, how could you possibly? I said, so you can imagine pi being, you know, like I said, you can imagine the radius being bigger, but this. She went, stop being fucking stupid. Like, well, no, go on, just for a second, just pretend. She went, stop being fucking stupid. So I think it's a pretty good argument, really. Pi, you want to change the value of pi. Yeah, David Brenda said it can be greater or smaller than the actual pi value. It's fantastic because it's the concept of a straight line. That's why people who have a model geometrically really struggle with straight lines, and especially when you realize that the whole concept of one relates to in the ratio of pi, you're talking about the straight line. So 1, the number, because it's logical, relates to the straight line mathematically, geometrically, through pi. Yeah, I know, David, pi's a constant. Imagine anybody thinking that pi could change. It's ridiculous, isn't it? It has to be. And because pi is a constant between the radius and the circumference, that means we obviously live in Euclidean reality. Like, that's the geometry. Yeah.
David Wazinski.
Yeah.
Is Brenda.
Right, how Brenda said last night, right? And Brenda's trying to pull it back, but it was on the live show last night where Brenda said that. I mean, we know pi's a constant. We said that. It's Brenda and people who have non-Euclidean geometries that can change the value of pi. Because that's the only way you can change the value of pi, is to change the geometrical structure of a circle. And triangles, you know, and parallels. It's a straight line. You're messing about with straight lines. And that's, since that's what we're doing here. Well, that's what I'm doing here anyway. Nice of you to put your... Well, I mean, I know you're a staunch believer of the... we don't really understand anything, but I mean, you best go and tell Brenda. Because it was Brenda that said it last night. What you have to do is you have to take Euclidean geometry and obviously the idea of the relationship between the radius and the circumference. And you do that, in Euclidean geometry on a plane surface, a superficies. But I mean, it is a circle and a sphere, if you want to take it. I mean, because you can go multi-dimensional. Well, 3D. You can go past 2 into 3D and make it like a sphere. But every plane cut through the centre would look the same as a circle drawn on a plane, on a piece of paper, like every way. It doesn't really matter, but The circle would always stay the same, would be a cross section containing the diameter geometrically, with the diameter being a straight line, twice the radius. Just a straight line. Now, that straight line is a problem for some people, because it's obviously in reality as a straight line. It doesn't help a model much unless you've got a Euclidean geometric model where all of the perpendiculars to a plane are parallel. Don't want to be labeling any of these planes with anything. It might trigger people. But the geometric consistency of reality and what we understand as geometry and straight lines. Because in reality, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. There's no curvature to it. You can't get any shorter than that. In reality, yeah, for 3x. In reality, that shortest distance from place to place would be horizontal, because I don't want to trigger anybody. Because the shortest distance vertically is the other distance that you would get. He's ranting now, yeah, David? It's always good to see when we have our fans in the chat. Obviously, David is the type of person. Come on in, David, and have a chat. The type of person that sits in the chat hating everything constantly. It's almost as if you don't want to be here, David. It's very strange that you are. People that get enjoyment out of hating on stuff that they don't like seeing in the chat. Always strange. If everybody can see in the chat. Saragaki's been doing some geometry. Now, this started the other day because obviously pi and Euclidean relationships and the shortest distance, and we came to want to prove we've got a test coming up. So how do we prove what we're dealing with straight lines and whether there's a curvature to it? And, you know, logically, geometrically, make sure you get everything sorted. This is the... I don't know what to say. It's like a... What would you call it, Saragaki? It's like a development, isn't it? From the flower of life, right? Just the circle with a constant radius and making a vesica Pisces. But then there's a development from that vesica Pisces to a new one, isn't there? Or is there? Offset.
Yes, you will end up getting, because you get the perpendicular bisector with the two original circles where they intersect. That perpendicular bisector between those 2 points will be a different length from the center of that line than the two radius distances would be. So you'll have two different radiuses at that point that you can work with.
Yeah.
So that's why what I've done, I worked with both of those two radiuses in this one.
Yeah, it's nice. But that came from, this was the first one. Everyone can see that. This is the vertical adaptation of the water level test that we've got. Shared straight line segment realizing Euclid. We're calling it right line geometry because we can perform this in reality. Now, we say this is the formulation of what we're going to do geometrically. There's a lot of people that will be saying that we don't know what we're doing, but I mean, that's up to everybody else to decide. We just carry on doing what we do, talking about straight lines. As you see, there's a lot of people that get really flustered about these straight lines, radius and diameter. That's what we call them. These are the principles that we use in reality. Obviously, it's not a mistake that this is a straight line and these are circles and this is a formulation. They call this sort of stuff sacred geometry because all you're doing is you're using a compass to plot a distance between 2 points so you can scribe a circle. Well, that circle is just a relationship of that one distance. Mathematically, you call that 1. And then the circle, you can use the line in any position around in that thing. So that's what I'd say, that these are the sort of the possibilities. See, this is that's the development, just straight out development of one of the circles with those lines. But now within that, there are some straight lines that make rectangles within there, and those lines that are the chords around the edges as well. Now, those opposite ones will always be parallel. There's no way for you to not say that they aren't parallel. And the relationship of the straight line to the circumference dictates pi. And all of those lines, the chords within it, when you understand geometrically how you can do this and where you can drop perpendiculars and how you can do all of that with a compass, they're parallel. Very simply. I mean, all of the lines at each end of the all of those straight lines that touch the circumference, you can have a tangent to them at that point. So you can develop more straight lines at every one of those points, and you can build a square about every one of those points also. So geometrically, all of those straight lines can have a parallel to them geometrically. The pattern is repeating forever. You can link these circles together through these vesica pisces, the little fishies, little flower petals, and that straight line would be extended. You could then draw a circle around that and prove that the radius and the diameter are just straight lines. They can just get bigger and bigger and bigger. There's no end, there's no distance, there's no cap on the size that these straight lines can be. Now, do you relate these straight lines from this geometry to reality? I do. I mean, I've said for quite a while that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. This is what water does. It establishes a horizontal plane we can check all of these stuff within Euclid, within realizing Euclid, to have a shared straight line segment using all of these principles geometrically. I was hoping to show last night, but I mean, I'm guessing we've had a word with DP and DP's doing a bit of an animation. It should be quite easy to show and replicate with a couple of expanding graphics. Should be good. Should be good, but I mean, see what Saragaki's. I mean, is that on a PC? That I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I don't think I have the paper big enough.
Yeah. So, but I mean, at least it means that you can do programs and stuff like that to keep it the pattern going. That's nice.
Yeah, the smaller one there is just zoomed into the center of this one.
Those parallel lines just keep going. You can keep expanding it. Straight lines are straight lines. They will never start bending. All it is can anyone think you can replicate that in reality? I do.
Of course,
got a test. Dead easy.
Mm-hmm.
We have levels that establish horizontal planes. In reality, horizontals are straight lines. In reality, all horizontals are parallel. In reality, not just in your mind, not just in dictionaries, not just mathematically on graph paper or anything like that, but just everywhere, in reality as well. All of it. Horizontals are parallel and they're straight. Everyone knows it. Be no question. Get yourself a t-shirt. Go and tell everyone. And trigger a few ballers. We call it an acceptable paradox that they're going to have. Can't get around it. Horizontals are parallel. We all live in a place where horizontals are parallel. Just don't tell the severely model afflicted. They get really upset. And I don't want to get people into trouble, right? You have to be careful who you're telling. People freak out. David looks like he's getting into the gist of the straight line test. 2 points give you a straight line. That is really nice, that.
Yeah, I say you could put an endpoint, or endpoint would not necessarily be the correct term. You could put, one of the water levels at each of these points and complete the entire diagram in reality.
Yep. Piece of string. Why is Bev triggered? Wow. Yeah. What nice trolls. I'm not triggered at all. Come on in, Joe. Tell us what you're talking about. Sounds weird. I knew they'd have to do this. In reality, a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference. They may have to say that people are like backwards. I mean, if that's not Brenda, then I don't know. Sounds like a back to front person, maybe part of Brenda's team. I have to try and repurpose it. The circle isn't real, David. Don't worry about it. The straight line's definitely there, and the straight line's needed to make a circle. But the circle is only made up of each point that it's at the time it's at there. The trolls are cool tonight. I like the tactics. They've not got anybody to send in. They just send in people that go like just upside down, back to front people.
Yeah, and they're left with stealing our language, so
yeah.
Now they project and say, we're the model afflicted. We're the ones who have a model. It's all predictable.
Yeah,
it?
yeah. Well, absolutely predicted. They can't be the ones with the model. We're the ones with the model. I've got a Euclidean geometry. I mean, anybody wants to come in, we'll play a game of my geometric model dictates, and I'll fully open for that. I'll play that game with anybody. I think it's quite a good game, that, as well. It's really basic. No, I've never had a Glober take me on, because they don't know what geometry is, do they? People getting upset. So with the straight line being a radius, and then extending that to twice the size of it and getting a diameter, and then being able to extend all of those circles and those straight lines with the use of a vesica Pisces and a shared radius. I mean, the vesica Pisces is fundamental to geometry. It's proposition 1. It's the first thing you learn to do. It's the first thing you can do. In fact, it's the only thing you can do. You can draw a circle, and then you can put the center of that circle from the bit that you've just done on the outside of that circle, on the circumference somewhere. Draw another circle. That's just about the only thing you can do if you're starting off with basic fundamentals. That's about it for mathematics and geometry, really. The amount of things that you can do with that is phenomenal. You can get all sorts of different shapes and angles and stuff out of it. Look at the geometric patterns. That's just mathematics, Squad. Sorry.
I was just going to say, just out of the basic vesica Pisces, you get the equilateral triangle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what this entire thing is based around, is the equilateral triangle.
Well, that's the fundamentals of Euclid. Proposition 1 equals equals equals. You show how to make equals. That's all it's about. Establishing 1 and making it equal. Making sure you can replicate equal perfectly every time.
Mm-hmm.
So from the 1 radius value, you can develop 3 more circles, and then you have an equilateral triangle. It's simple. It's simple, but and obviously genius. Well, not genius. Elementary. What else can you do? And then from there, you get a load of wizards pretending that they can do all sorts of things with that. It's just simply a straight line and a circle. You can adjust that straight line to be any length and do all of this geometry at any size. You can scale it up, but the fundamentals are always the same. At no point do you scale a circle up and the radius stops being straight. At no point do you have a horizontal that stops being horizontal. That's why all horizontals are parallel. And once a straight line's established in reality, a horizontal plane in reality is the horizontal plane that is described. Straight, horizontal, all perpendiculars being parallel. It's fantastic, this stuff. Learning more every day.
You can see that it's the equilateral triangle that is the reason for the parallel lines too, even though none of the lines in the triangle itself are parallel. It's amazing.
Yeah. Good evening, FPV. Yeah. There'll never be a globe proof night. They've dismissed proofs altogether. Even the Globers admit now they have none. They've admitted defeat in their own inevitable way by saying nobody can have a proof. Nobody's allowed to have any proofs whatsoever now because they haven't got any. Nobody can have any.
Why every day now is Glober's Witnesses Day.
Yeah.
They knock on the door. May I, sir, ma'am, may I interest you in this globe?
They're in the chat now. They've got a really weird tactic now, though, right? Step 1, never mention the globe. Step 2, say Bev hasn't got a fucking clue and he's if he's laughing and joking, say he's angry. If he's having a chat on a live stream, say he's triggered about something. And that's about it. That's where we've got to now. The state of the argument from the model afflicted. Don't mention the model. He'll take it from you. Keep it hidden. So yeah, I don't want to go bashing the model, but I mean, this is Friday, Free for All Friday. And yeah, the people that we have looking after us now, selling us the globes, are they're the lowest of the low, the salesmen. They've got the worst sales pitch. I bet they've never sold a globe to anybody ever. They're still trying to wait for this first sell. I think they might be a load of witches as well, where they keep sort of trying to cast spells. joking. I wouldn't be surprised. Is that Dawn trying to do his witch shit? I don't think. I think I'm immune, Joe.
Joe should come on in and give us all a chill pill. Apparently, we're a little too on edge tonight, Bev.
I know. Perhaps he could come in and give us a comedy routine to chill us out.
Yeah. Yeah. Preach a sermon. Sermon from the Book of Globe.
Oh, look at that, David. There's a classic one. Well done, David. Radii are plumb. Nice. Like a yo-yo. Always entertainment. Wow. So, David, how many horizontals do you imagine on a sphere? About this sphere I've got here. How many horizontals are there on it? I'd say there's one. There's one that the sphere can sit on as well. So there's one on the top, one on the bottom. They're both parallel. That's simple. Oh, well done, Joe. Yeah. You did a great job there, Joe. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I hope you earned your pay. Go back and tell him, yes, you definitely did your job there today.
Yeah. Joe got triggered and left.
Got triggered because he couldn't trigger anyone. It's like my troll magic does not work. No, we've seen it. It's boring and it's old. To be honest, this whole arena that we've been in, I came in to find some answers for some simple questions, because somebody had obviously told me that they thought that level wasn't horizontal. I thought it was crazy. I'll have to go and find out some more and ask some questions. Every time I've asked anybody, they've either fucked off or they've hidden away. Not once has anybody ever answered the question. How would they measure their so-called curvature of level? Never been one answer. From anyone, really, to be honest. I've been shocked by the how little anybody actually goes about anything practically.
No, I've been asking that same question.
Yeah.
For years now, and they have given an answer to me, but the answer is, it's something we wouldn't do or use because we know it's inaccurate. But they say use an optical tool long distance over the marine layer.
It's like the worst. Yeah. Like find the worst conditions you could possibly get to do anything. Do that.
Yeah. That's the answer they give us right after they tell me that they can't use my pictures as evidence because it's an optical tool long distance over the marine area. So I don't know if you call that doublespeak or not, but it's sure a problem for me. We'll keep asking. No one's measured the curve yet in my book.
Yeah. It's the curvature of level as well. We'll take that, right? It's not the curve. It's the curve of level that they need.
Yeah, it's a problem. I wouldn't want to be in their position.
David's talking about radiuses as if people don't know what a fucking circle is. David, just stop relating the radius to a vertical. It's not. It's just a radius.
It's nonsense.
It'd be called a vertical if it was vertical. It's so ridiculous. But I mean, this is the globe, right? This is the state that the globe's in. Nobody ever gets taught about a model. Nobody knows anything. So if anybody here has an idea of what they think a globe is, the only place you go is to your mind, right? You might be able to look at a globe in your room and point at it. It's just a ball. The actual globe model you're thinking of is in your mental state. It's in your head. It's not reality. Nobody can give you an answer as to what the globe is. How would you prove the globe? There isn't an answer. They have to give up proof because there is none. So they say, well, we can't prove it. We can't prove anything. It's like, yeah, we can prove loads of things in reality. Euclidean geometry is a book of proofs. Horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. That directly relates to Euclidean proofs. There's got to be a connection between horizontal and vertical and Euclidean geometry. They're straight lines. Euclidean geometry is straight lines. This is it. It is pretty simple, and I think the simpleness of it is what confuses people. For 3 years now, 4 years, perhaps, I don't know, might be 3 and a bit years, let's say, we've been dealing with a conversation about a straight line, but finding that the simplicity of it takes us to new depths. And I'm a lot wiser than I was when I first came in here. I've been training myself to be able to talk. We've been gathering people like souls that are looking for answers for stuff, but knowing that there's only you that can get the answer. And it depends where like people can aid you on the journey for finding answers, but you have to do it yourself. It's all down to you. And there's going to be loads of people trying to stop you. People saying really stupid shit. People telling you that you don't know what a straight line is. Because some guy from 200 years ago said this. He wrote it in a book. And he's much cleverer than you are. Well, how clever can you be about talking about straight lines? How difficult can it possibly be?
That's the other doublespeak they do is man wrote it down in a book so they believe it, yet ridicule me for having faith in a book written down by a man. It's a tough one.
Yeah. And knowing all along, it's down to you, right? That straight line, the concept of that straight line. It's right. It's, that's the truth. If you can't find the truth in a straight line, then what the fuck? Where else are you going to find it? If you can't find truth in simplicity, then you're going to be struggling. Good luck to you.
You're supposed to start at the baseline, right? At the simplest thing you can prove or try and prove. But start with the simple things and then build on that. I think that's what Euclid did. That's what I like doing now.
Yeah. First principles taught me a hell of a lot, right? That was perhaps one of the best moves we ever made was to go on that journey, right? To find out the base. Where can you start from, and how certain can you be of that base? You've got to make sure that foundation is solid. And man, I've got a really solid base now. It's that solid that nobody can come and talk to us about it. Either side, if you want to say that in this argument, because it's just the truth. I mean, gets rid of, I think, gets rid of the model argument quite simply. But once you realize that the model argument's not really an argument, then you then have to question what is the argument then. And that's a tough one, right? That's the tough thing to realize. If it's not actually about the argument, about the model, what is the argument about? It's nothing. Nobody knows what the argument is. It's been lost. The actual purpose of everybody being round here arguing with each other has turned into an argument about an argument. People don't know what they're meant to be talking about. That's why at the beginning of this year we decided to go forwards, right? It's not worth arguing against something that isn't there. There's no point. You've got to go forwards. There's a new place that we're all going to. It's got to be. There's no model, and what's even worse is there's no argument about the model. It's gone. It's more about working out who people are and how. I mean, I like it here. The reason I like it, more people come in, please, because the more people we talk to, the more we learn. And that's what it's about. It's about the conversation in this server, Discord. Come on in. We chat, we laugh, we joke, we learn. And everybody has their own story. We learn everything from everyone. But make sure you come with honesty. On the level. Always. Otherwise, the people we have in here, they tend to be picky or clever. I don't know. They might be that clever that we don't know. Come on in, have a chat. See whether you can last. See if you can teach us anything. Because that's what I like at the minute. We've got lots of globesmen. Never actually had a globe saleswoman. Never noticed. Oh yeah, we did have that. Was it Sal? I think. South African girl. Yeah. Salesman, come round. Sell us a globe or sell us anything really. More interesting the better. Tell us a story. Especially Friday night, free for all. Come on in. How are we doing in the chat? I don't mind. We don't mind learning from these people, and it just goes to show that we don't have many people willing to come in. Especially in the chat there. David, that's the only one. Euclid. It's been great, hasn't it, finding Euclid? Might have to do a series on that, finding Euclid. I bet somebody must have done that. Oh, who's mentioned the Queen? It is interesting that the nobody wants to come in. I mean, I'm up for having a discussion with anybody as well with the water level test. I mean, people must know, they've heard of it, right? Next level have a water level test, straight line, realizing Euclid. We've already done it, and we will be doing it again. Hopefully we can do it at Bedford. I'm going to have to get some kit sorted for it. I need to have a brew again. We got anybody to come in? Anybody in here that's in here want to have a word about anything? Science works in mysterious ways has got David's attention in the chat. In the YouTube chat, so there's some action going there. Is he selling? Or is he just trying to tell you that you don't understand what you're thinking? Because I've noticed a lot of that recently as well. There's nothing positive. It's just negativity coming from the other side. Whether they think they can sell something to you by telling you you don't understand. Sort of, it's led me to believe that it must just be for either for the algorithm or for other people that are looking in. Then they can read the chat and say, oh yeah, isn't he doing well? And all that sort of stuff. Doesn't really help out the sales pitch. I don't know why somebody should be trying to sell you your misunderstandings of things without actually trying to correct you. It's very strange. Very, very strange. So does anybody want to have a word about anything? I need to put the kettle on. Should I put a Buster song on again? I tell you what, I'll go and get a juice. Right, everybody's shy, quiet tonight. Sean's in Tato's. Is he triggered? I don't know whether he's banned. I don't think he's banned from here. He said he didn't want to ever do the debate or something. I did ask him that. I said if Ranty ever mans up to have this debate, yeah, I asked Sean at the beginning of the week just to make sure, because we stand with Sean. And he said something very not very nice, but he said I'd never be on his channel. So let's have a look over there in potatoes. Still blocked on the YouTube channel, is he? Emma does that, Sean. Emma deals with the YouTube chat. I'm not begging for people to come on, Sean. You can come on here in the Discord. You can listen to the YouTube channel, obviously. Yeah. We stand with Sean. Come on in, Sean. You might be able to lay down some stuff for your debate channel. The Discord next level, it's click on the link. Come and join us. Is he not in this server? I'll tell you what, I'll create an invite. Oh no, you won't be able to come in, will he? You'll have to I'll send him one over there. Oh, what's going on with that? So, that's a weird thing, isn't it? Maybe on the server. Yeah, come on in, Sean. That'd be interesting. I can always remember Sean. Sean's the first person that told me that the ballers didn't understand about anything about geometry. He had the slope 8 inches over a mile and 4 inches over the half mile. Slope Earth Sean. He might have changed it now, like, I don't know. But he wasn't aware of the numbers that they have for their model. Which led me to believe it wasn't anything to do with the actual model. There's a load of people now that just want to argue against people for no reason. They just want to argue. They don't have a model. They don't have anything. They just know an argument about a model. And they like bashing people. And they've picked a particular group of people to bash. I don't like that. I've always been a flat earth defense. Ever since Fight the Flat Earth. Was going after flat earthers. Because I noticed that's the tactic that they do. They troll. Most of you know, you're listening. You know the trolls. You know the nameless, faceless potatoes that can change their accounts, and they probably do. They probably have 3 or 4, 5, 6, maybe hundreds of different accounts. Who knows? Well, those people that do that are people like Fight the Flat Earth. They're touting for business. They need people to bring on their channels so that they can berate them for super chats. People can super chat them and hand in money to berate other people. And they've picked people. Call them flat earthers, but they're just people asking questions. I don't think it's a good thing. We shouldn't be nobody should be berating anybody for asking a question about something or having an opinion about something. So there'll be no flat earth bashing going on, because I've noticed there are a lot of people that just want to label people and they don't really know what they're talking about, which is a bit sad. I've noticed there's a lot of people try and tell people about reality as well. I guess you can have your own view of reality, but when it comes down to a fundamental about a straight line, you might have a problem if you're the one that's saying straight might not be straight. It might be you that has the problem, not the people that are talking about reality. And I don't know where all of this extra intellect and all of that sort of stuff's meant to go. Where's it meant to be? Where's it take you to? This expert knowledge that some dude 200 years ago said that sometimes a straight line might not be a straight line. And how do you know that a straight line's a straight line? I think I've had more conversations about a straight line than most people would ever want. And it turns out it's a fucking fundamental of reality. And the model's a fucking joke, because it makes people say that straight lines aren't straight. And for you to be able to do that, to put yourself in a position where you're saying straight lines aren't straight, you've got to be realizing that there's something wrong. Try and justify the fact that you didn't... It's not you that has to say a straight line can't be straight. I mean, how do you know that a straight line can't be straight? I don't know. How does anybody know? That's going to be the question. Because that's what they're going to Alice in Wonderland everybody with. Now, there's going to be people willing to tell you that they know better, and you can't know what a straight line is because you might not have the intellect or been to university, or you've not studied maths. Or Rumpus will try it with his analytical maths. He's much better than normal geometry. And when you want to have a concept of straight within that, you're best off looking to differential geometry. It's all bullshit. They're talking about a straight line. How long's a straight line? What value you're going to give it? Can you make sure? Can you measure it? How accurate can you be? Well, it's either straight or it's not. That's why logic rules this stuff. Can't be anything else.
Well, that's why they do away with the logic now, don't they? And then we get to relativism and postmodernism, and you can't prove anything in reality or anything else for that matter. So then you could do all sorts of things. Back to the 200-year-old guys, you know, imaginary geometry. There you go.
Well, that was one of the revelations that I had, was within the logical structure. Brenda kept saying she didn't understand what it was. Explosive. The explosive principle within geometry means that if you can have a an inconsistency within your logic, and you leave it within there, that you can literally prove anything logically. within that system if you tie it to that inconsistency. So the idea of explosive logic is that one inconsistency within the structure literally explodes the whole thing. It explodes truth to being anything. You can literally make anything true within the system when you've exploded your logic, which Euclidean geometry is an explosive logical system, but it just isn't exploded because the truth value is 100% all the way through. Starts off with a point and a straight line, and from there builds up an entire system of truths all the way through. Simple, this. Proofs are truths, and it seems... well, I mean, I know I've definitely found my own truths with this. I know what a straight line is. I know what horizontal is. I know for absolute certainty that level is horizontal, straight line, plane. I know that all horizontals are parallel. And I know all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. Triangles have 180 degrees. I've never seen a triangle without 180 degrees. I know it's impossible to have a triangle without 180 degrees. I know my truths, and I know there's a lot of people that we've talked to that don't have proofs. They will purposely tell you, you can't have a proof. You can't. Not that they can't. You can't have one either. Well, I don't accept that because I know I have my own proofs and truths.
Hey, Bev.
Hey, you.
Yeah, I do as well. I have my own proofs, my own truths. I figured it out just like you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's what you have to do. You actually have to figure it out for yourself. You'll see it's very simple once you do.
Yeah. I mean, it's scary for other people. I know why. I mean, even to get to an adulthood and to start realizing that you can, like, literally you can open your eyes again and see stuff that has been there all the time. Yep. We're calling it, Paige, we're calling it right line geometry in reality. Because Euclidean's the concept, right? The learning, that's where you gain all of your proofs within Euclidean geometry. When you put it in reality, you have to find out, you have to know that the circle's not real. It's an impossible shape. The straight line is real. So in reality, we're taking right line geometry, and that's where we're finding our proofs in reality. Right line geometry, straight lines. We use Euclid for finding the proofs, but we'll use right lines, straight lines for explaining the truths. Sorry.
What I've learned, Bev, is that Euclid, even if it wasn't the name Euclid, it's still there. It's a geometry of reality. You move about in this geometry. You don't create the geometry or make up a new word for a different geometry. The geometry is already there. You find it.
Exactly. It's there for people to find, isn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I found it with water. you know, a simple water level.
A lot of us did.
Yeah.
Yeah, the truth is there.
So simple. So simple.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what's funny is we all agree on this simple truth. The Globers, you know, the model afflicted, they, depending on who you ask, you can get any number of different ideas of what their geometry is. And in our geometry, it makes sense. It means that the senses are pleased. You know, it makes sense. All five senses agree.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they tell us to, you know, to disregard your senses. It's not supposed to make sense. It's supposed to be complicated. You wouldn't understand, you know, the shadow giants know it, but you don't. It's just the opposite. It's simple. Very simple.
Yeah, I think a lot of it as well must come because I know, like you, most of us here, you've at least picked a compass up. You've picked a water level up. You've seen what it does. You've tested it. You've done all of that, and that's where it is. I think it's a bit of ignorance on their part as well, in the fact that they've never done it. Because if they had, they would at least have had an idea of what a proof is and a process that gets them there. I don't think they've even done that because you can't dismiss it once you've done it.
Yeah, once you've seen it and you experience it, you can't change that. I mean, it's very eye-opening. It really is.
Yeah, you have to deny it. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say that is where the cog dis comes from, right? The idea that there could be a truth out there, or that you can prove things, or that something like geometry is real, and all the stuff that we talk about is dangerous shit.
Yeah,
it's dangerous, especially in today's day and age. It's really dangerous.
Should it? I mean, that's
no,
the
you wouldn't think, right?
of a straight line.
Yeah, but for some reason it is triggering. I mean, we saw that yesterday. You didn't get on Euclid night, right? You didn't get maybe a minute and a half in before Brenda was in arguing about a straight line. A straight line. It's amazing.
You have people saying that there's an angle of down.
Yeah.
Well, what the hell is that? An angle of down.
Or there's shorter than a straight line distance. Another great one.
It's crazy town, isn't it?
Well, yeah. 2 molecules wide is horizontal. You know, it's the stupid shit that people say that just boggles the mind.
I think I hit on it ages ago with the model affliction, right? It is a serious affliction where you can, I mean, how long ago was it? It must have been near 2 years ago that we spent 2 hours and 3 hours discussing a straight line, and that was 2 years ago. Yesterday was pretty much the same sort of thing. It was a reliving of that we had. I can't remember. Was it Nate and Gently? Not seen Gently for a bit. Must be on his 2-year break. He might be back soon. Model affliction makes you say that you can't know what a straight line is.
Or what a horizontal line is. Second graders can point out a horizontal line.
Well, I think what they've been doing recently as well is they've been taking the geometric horizontal from maths and then saying that's not the same as a horizontal in reality. I mean, obviously, it's a semantic argument that only they are the keepers of the true meaning of the word level and horizontal and vertical.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Like there's people out there that think they know the answers and that you don't, and you can't learn this. This is only something for us. You're not smart enough. You don't understand. That type of deal. And it's just the opposite. It's there for everyone to see who has eyes.
Yeah, the simplicity of it. All you have to do
so
is
simple.
Yeah.
So simple.
Yeah, and it's the relating it to Earth, right? For them.
Yeah.
They have a worship. They worship a model, big E.
Mm-hmm. They put a ball next to them and they say, all of a sudden, horizontal can be drawn on a ball sideways. What happened to Euclidean geometry? Just because you have a ball next to you, still there.
Yeah, the amount of times you ask anybody a question now and the cog dis automatically they draw a circle or they tell you to draw on a ball. You can talk about a straight line and they'll say, yeah, but if you draw a line on a ball, as if that relates to a straight line at all. It's crazy. That's a model affliction. Serious.
Yeah. It's the magic trick, isn't it? It's the magic trick and wizardry. And it all coincides with stealing the language, stealing the geometry, and then just making outlandish claims like you draw a line on a ball and it's a straight line. Well, there you have it, right?
I don't think they don't. Like I've noticed this recently. They don't actually say that. You say you talking about a straight line, and they say, yeah, but if you draw a line on a ball, and then you inject the straight line back to it, because you're telling them it's a straight line. But they never actually say it's a straight line. They say it's a geodesic. You're talking about a straight line.
Yep.
No, look at here. This is a geodesic. You go, well, we're not talking about geodesics. We're talking about straight lines.
Yeah, so a geodesic curved, right?
No. It's just another word for a straight line. It's just like conceptually. Yeah. All they're doing is imagining it's a curve, but it's a straight line. There's no difference. They're doing their own magic trick to themselves.
The thing that I don't get is when they make a horizontal plane, you make a horizontal line, and you put a vertical to that, you can put verticals all along that horizontal line. Some people I hear agree with that, and some people I hear don't. It's depending on who you talk to. And some people I've heard say yes in the beginning of the conversation and then change it to no at the end of the conversation when they realize, uh-oh, I can't be saying that.
Yeah, and the only place it can be horizontal's in the middle.
In the middle.
But it's a straight line and you can extend it to any length. Does that mean that the vertical has to move if you make the line longer? Ridiculous. Doesn't make any sense.
Oh.
But, logic's already gone out the window and they think it sort of wins an argument.
Keep up the good work, Bev. I'm listening in the background.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me talk.
Yeah, thanks for the input. Yeah, he's crazy. I can't. I've been struggling for ages to work out even what the argument is. And their argument seems to be straight isn't straight except when we want to use it as straight. It's a globe. Something like that. It's so bad. But I don't want to keep going over how ridiculous the model is. We just want to let people know that we do have proofs. Like Euclid just said. We do have proofs, and those proofs are available for anyone, really. It's a book called Euclid Elements. Anybody can do it, but we can also do that. Book 11 is the 3D geometry, solid geometry. We can do that in reality. That's definitely doable in reality, because that's where Earth measurement is meant to be done. On the Earth, it's measurement of the land. Different levels of the land, the different positions of the land for plotting, map making, construction. It's how it gets used. We just use geometry daily in reality. Everybody does. If you've ever picked up a ruler, then you've done Euclidean geometry. If you've measured a distance, you've done Euclidean geometry in reality. Welcome to reality. You've got one step over people like Brenda that don't have reality. They have different realities. Oh, here. There you go. Welcome, Brenda.
What's the reality I don't have?
Euclidean geometry.
No, I have Euclidean geometry.
Oh, in reality.
Math isn't real, Bev.
In reality, a straight line is a straight line, though.
No, there are no straight lines in reality. There's no lines in reality. Any line that you draw is going to have width, and lines don't have width. Right?
No, is it the shortest distance between 2 points?
Do lines have width, Bev?
Do lines exist, Brenda?
Do lines have width?
Can you measure a distance from point A to point B? Do you have to draw a line in order to do that?
There's no points in reality.
There is. There's
Brenda,
a point at the
No, there
beginning
isn't.
of your
There's
tape
no
measure,
points.
and there's a point where you measured the distance.
There's no points in reality. There are no points which have no dimension, zero dimension. They don't exist in reality.
The location markers, Brenda.
At least we know she's been talking to right the hand.
No, I haven't been. What are you talking about?
I can't believe she's just doing the same thing she did yesterday. And you have an actual argument, Brenda, instead of just... Because if you're going to say all these things don't exist in reality, then you've got nothing in reality to prove your ball either when you're trying to do measurements for it. We can just say the same thing to you. Oh, well, your points don't exist. Oh, well, your lines don't exist. It's silly, girl. Like, come on, have a proper discussion.
This isn't about proving the globe. This is just about math. And your misunderstanding of mathematics. Mathematics.
We're not talking about proving anything other than the proofs within Euclid. Do you not have them as proofs?
Of course they're proofs.
Well, there you go. We can agree on the Euclidean proofs within the geometry, and that can definitely relate to reality.
It can relate to reality, but it isn't the same as reality.
Reality is the same as reality.
No, maps relate to reality, but a map isn't the territory, is it?
There you go. I called that. I said that you'd say that tonight, and it didn't take you long
does
to
it matter?
do that.
Is a map the territory?
We've had this argument before, haven't we, Brenda? It's useless,
Well,
isn't it?
which is it?
It's futile.
What's your point you're trying to make, Brenda? What point are you trying to make here?
Well, SE is the map the territory?
The map is the map. It's a piece of paper.
Is it the territory?
It represents the territory.
Absolutely, but is it the territory?
Absolutely not, obviously. What kind of silly
Obviously
question
not.
is that?
Mathematics, maps to reality. It can relate to reality. Euclidean,
So what's your point? What's your point? Please make a point.
Mathematics is a map to the territory. It is not the territory itself, contrary to what Bev claims.
What does Bev claim?
That Euclidean geometry is reality.
Yes. Euclidean, yes. X, Y, Z, the space we live in, you can call it Brenda's reality. We just gave it a name because he axiomated a system. But reality is reality.
Well, I don't
doubt that. You can call it Brenda reality if you want.
I don't dispute that reality is reality.
So what's your problem then?
I dispute that Euclidean geometry is reality.
How so?
Wow.
What is it?
It's because it's a description, because a map is not the territory.
Okay, so what does that have to do with Euclidean geometry?
Euclidean geometry is the map.
No, Euclidean geometry is an axiomated system.
Yes, that's the map.
So
that's the map. Yes, you're correct. And axiomated isn't a word. You'd say
axiomated. Excuse me.
You would say axiomatic. It is a formal. It is a formal, mathematical, logical system that is created.
You still haven't made a point, Brenda. You're just going on and on. What point do you wish to make?
That Bev is wrong when he makes an identity between Euclid and reality. He has no justification for that claim.
Do you know why they call it Euclidean 3D space, Brenda?
Because people use it to describe our reality.
Right, exactly. So we can call it Jim Bob's 3D space. It doesn't matter. It's reality.
No, you can't take that extra step. There's a difference between the description and the thing that you're describing.
It's the straight that you have a problem with, right, Brenda?
No, it's your
just the straight.
No, it's your false understanding. I don't have a problem with straight. I have a problem with you ascribing reality to Euclid. Because the truth is, we can describe reality with non-Euclidean geometry also.
No, you can't, Brenda.
Yes, we can.
No, you cannot.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
We live in
yes, you can.
free space. We live in three-dimensional reality, Brenda.
Well, prove it. Prove it.
Prove we live in 3D.
Yes, prove it.
We live in reality. Wow, Brenda.
No, don't prove that you live in reality.
This is really bad.
No, it isn't. It actually isn't.
Yeah, it is.
You have the claim that space is Euclidean. You have to prove that.
No, that is not the claim.
That is the claim.
Is we live in listen up. The claim is we live in reality, and reality is 3D.
That's your claim. Yes, you claim that Euclidean geometry is reality. That's what I said.
That is reality. Then we have sophists like you coming in and trying to tell us, no, X, Y, Z is not enough. We're going to put a T there and call it time and make a fabric and warp it. No, you're the one that's delusional.
No, that describes reality. Reality is best described.
Imaginary.
Yes, it is.
Euclidean describes reality.
No,
X,
you
Y,
have to prove
Z.
that. You have to prove that.
No, you have to prove your fantasy of taking reality. Let me finish. Don't interrupt. I'll let you speak. You have to prove that you have to take reality, X, Y, Z, then what we see every day, and then change it and put T there and make a fabric and warp it and bend it. Show us that, Brenda.
Yeah, so that's called begging the question. You said I have to take X, Y, Z, which is Euclidean. You are presupposing that reality is X, Y, Z. That's begging the question.
What else is it, Brenda?
It's non-Euclidean. It's non-Euclidean.
It's imaginary. It's imaginary.
What is not? Yeah, it's imaginary.
Well, that's the term of it. Yeah, that's the formal term.
It's straight, isn't it?
Imaginary geometry.
Imagination.
It doesn't matter.
Euclidean geometry, Brenda, is based on straight, isn't it?
So is non-Euclidean.
Oh, with the pi ratio
Prove
of
it. In
of a
non-Euclidean
radius being a circle and the dimensions of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In
That's
non-Euclidean geometry, Bev,
right?
In non-Euclidean geometry, geodesics are straight lines.
Yeah, predicted to say that too.
It's in the axiom. It's in the axioms.
What axioms of what?
Well, then why don't our axioms prove what
What axioms of what, Brenda?
Euclidean axioms, Brenda? You mean Euclid's axioms?
You're talking over. No, I'm talking the axioms of non-Euclidean geometry.
Where are they, Brenda, please?
Okay, lay them on us.
Let's
they?
see them.
They're identical to
let's
Euclid's.
see them, Brenda.
You can't steal our geometry and say it's yours.
It's not our geometry.
Yes, you can.
Paige.
Yes, I can.
Come on.
I can take.
Okay, good. Well, then you agree with what
Let's
it
see
does
them.
and what it shows. Thank you, Brenda.
No, we just take the 5 Euclid's postulates and change the 5th, and you get non-Euclidean geometry.
It doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
Euclidean.
Why not?
That's really
What's wrong
bad,
with
that, Brenda.
Prove that demonstrates reality. Prove it.
Oh, it's been demonstrated that this is basically Einstein's relativity, and relativity has been confirmed through many observations. For instance, Einstein.
Somebody that had to take the Lorentz contraction to make his
you don't even know what Lorentz contraction. You don't even know what that is. So what confirms that the geometry of the universe is non-Euclidean is the existence of Einsteinian.
How does it change a straight line? Does it make it shorter? Does it make it longer? Or does it bend it like one way or the other? Like, how do they change what everybody knows as a fundamental as a straight line? How do they change that in the other geometry?
They don't. They don't change the axiom.
No, the straight line.
Yeah, that's axiom 2.
No, Brenda. The straight line.
That's axiom 2.
No, they're not axioms, Brenda. A straight line isn't an axiom. It's a fundamental.
Axioms are fundamental.
What happens to your straight line in this non-Euclidean world of yours? Please tell us. We have a straight line here in our world. What happens in your world?
They're the same.
Oh,
they're the same.
No, it doesn't. It shrinks if it goes faster.
The difference is in postulate or axiom number 5, right?
I thought you said you didn't change any axioms just
except
2 seconds ago.
That's correct. Listen carefully. We don't change the first 4. We do change the 5th. So
you can just chop something off or change something and it becomes something else.
And so since the second is not changed, right, it's still the same. A line is still the same axiomatic concept in non-Euclidean as Euclidean.
Actually, Brenda, it does say at any length, right? Does it say like that?
What?
What?
At any length. What does that mean?
Well, what's postulate 2 mean?
Oh my goodness.
What's it say? What's it called?
It says that
2. Yeah.
It says that the shortest distance, a line is defined as the shortest distance between 2 points, right?
No, it doesn't. No.
Or did I mix it up with 3?
No, you mixed it up with 1. What's 2?
I don't remember. A line
and
can be extended. A line can be extended.
Yeah, indefinitely.
Yeah.
Right. Do you mean indefinitely?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
On which geometry?
Any non-Euclidean geometry.
Oh, any non-Euclidean? No.
Yeah. Yes. There's more than one.
No. If you're making non-Euclidean geometry, there's going to be non-Euclidean geometries where it can't be extended indefinitely, right?
No, you just include that in your axioms.
No. No, how long can you extend a straight line if a straight line's a circle? You can only go as far as the circle, and then you rejoin the same straight line again, don't you? You know, like orbits.
So
you know those straight lines that meet up on themselves, those ones.
You can still extend it. You can just keep going. You just
keep going round the circle.
Yeah.
And that makes
Drawing
it
over the
a length of
Isn't that
endless
what you
length.
do all the time?
A circle.
What is the
with
word
endless
indefinite?
length.
Yeah, what does the word indefinite mean?
Is that how you
It means
change
it's
pi?
indefinite.
Is that how you change pi then?
Pi is larger or smaller than the Euclidean pi in non-Euclidean geometries.
What, larger or smaller?
Depending on the
You think you can go both ways if you've not been listening?
It depends on
Have
the
you not
geometry.
even been thinking about it, Brenda?
Right, it's
So
still
pi
a
is no
constant.
longer a constant.
No, it's still a constant.
But
It's
you
a
can
constant
go...
that can go larger or smaller. You
Yes.
idiot.
Yes.
Brenda, have you even put any thought into that?
Yes, I have.
No.
A constant that could get larger or smaller, Brenda. You said this.
It's a constant within that geometry.
Constant that gets
It
larger or
means getting
smaller.
smaller or larger.
Within that geometry.
That's
It's
pi.
You said you
non-Euclidean
agreed with.
geometry.
Yeah, within that geometry.
Yeah, you said you use Euclidean. You said it was fine.
No, I said it's within non-Euclidean geometry. I believe, I could be wrong, that pi has a smaller value than it does in Euclidean geometry.
you
in
have-
in a spherical in a
Yeah.
geometry with positive curvature, it would be larger, I think.
Okay,
I could be
if you
wrong.
have a straight line that returns back on itself, right? You know the concept of that within that geometry.
The second axiom says indefinitely.
Yeah. But if
Doesn't
you have a straight line that does return back on itself, what do you call the radius for that? Because if that's a straight line, what's the radius look like for that straight line? Or if a straight line looks like a circle because it returns back on itself, which is fucking ridiculous. Where is the radius for that straight line? But it's not a straight line, is it? It's a circle. Does it not have a radius because it is the straight line?
Right, in spherical geometry...
You tell us.
It just didn't even listen.
In spherical geometry, geodesics are great circles, right? Among other things.
Is that a straight line?
That's a great circle. Within the context of spherical geometry, yes, that is
so you've got
straight
no
line.
tangents then, have you?
Of course you have.
Well, what do you call a tangent to a straight line?
It's just a line. You can call it a straight line. It would be off. It would be off of the surface of the sphere.
So not a straight line then, right? You'd be fucking ridiculous trying to call it a straight line then, because if you can put a tangent to it, it's not a straight line, is it? So why were you possibly calling it a straight line in the first place, you muppet? Is that just because you're a sophist, Brendan? You don't realise what you're talking about. You don't even realise the fundamentals of the mathematics that you're talking about. Because you said pi can either be smaller or bigger than 3.14. A constant. You go both ways, Brenda. That's a bit... Well...
Paraconsistency.
No, it's not paraconsistent.
It's not even
paraconsistent. Contradiction.
Non-Euclidean geometries are logically consistent.
Yeah.
They're not paraconsistent.
It's not logically consistent to think you can go
are.
both ways of pi, Brenda. Is it?
I didn't say you could. Within the context of a non-Euclidean geometry, pi can be lower or larger or smaller than the traditional pi, right? But it's still a mathematical constant.
Do you want to try work through how can it be? Let's say how can it be smaller? How do you make that 3.14 smaller? Remember, it's just a ratio between the diameter and the circumference. They're the only two things you can have in this ratio. Now, obviously, in reality, a straight line's a straight line, so we end up with 3.14. Right? Now, in order to alter it, what do? Brenda, put your little thinking cap on.
You'd have to either not complete the circle or make the line go further and keep going around making another circle on top of the circle you just had.
You could extend the radius, couldn't you?
Hey?
You could have a radius be not straight. The circle could be exactly the same circumference, but you could lengthen the radius, right? You would at least then still get a ratio with a larger radius than the circumference, right? So that way the ratio comes down, right? You get less than 3.14, right? Because you can fit so many more diameters around the circle.
Yep.
Right now,
but that wouldn't be the diameter of the circle.
Well,
that couldn't be. That ratio then wouldn't apply.
Well, but you could make it longer, right? You could make the radius or the diameter as long as the circumference in some warped reality, right? You could have the diameter being exactly the same as the circumference, or even larger, right? That way, the number would be less. This is the point we're getting to, right? You can, if you warp your sense of reality and extend the radius, but don't extend the circumference of the circle, you can bring that number down, 3.14, down mathematically. Now, to do it the other way, what do you have to do? You have to keep the circumference the same.
And shorten the diameter.
Shorten? How do you do that? Brenda, you're the one that said you can make it go both ways. How do you do that, Brenda? Teach us that magic trick in your...
I'm all ears, Brenda. I really am all ears.
Everyone is. How do you make a circle with the same circumference? By shortening?
She would have to change the shape of the circle.
You can't do it.
Circle would not be a circle.
You can't do it. That's why pi's pi, Brenda. You're fucked. A straight line is the shortest distance that's possible. In reality, ever.
No,
even in your fucking imagination. You can't think of another way to do it. How do you do it then, Brenda? Go on.
Come on, Brenda, we're waiting. We're fucking sick of you saying, no, this isn't how it works. No, you can't do that. Now explain your fucking stupid self.
Oh, you need what is it you need again?
Stay with the conversation, Brenda.
That impossible shit you talked about earlier, Brenda. That shit that you don't even fucking understand. That you just said you could do something fucking impossible. That shit. Please increase the value of pi geometrically for us, please, in your non-reality fucking geometry. Give us a concept of how you increase pi.
You know that you can calculate pi in ways other than the ratio of a circumference to a diameter, right? You can use algebraic expressions.
Pi is the ratio.
Don't change the subject, please.
Well, that's how you would do it.
What?
You'd use an
By
algebraic
using
expression.
letters.
You said maths didn't exist.
You do realise when they use another expression, they're just saying the same thing a different way.
Does Brenda have a team of people in the background trying to help her through this conversation?
They can't. They'd have told her not to fucking say that stupid shit.
Yeah,
or they're all as stupid as she is.
Well, I'm just saying,
Doing
because
really
like,
bad.
there's these long, awkward silences.
It's called Tumbleweed syndrome.
It's been coming in here for over a week, flapping its gums, and now, when it's given a chance to explain itself, all we get is radio silence.
Well, because the question is incoherent, really.
Brenda,
You're incoherent.
You're incoherent. You have
that's
said
not
the
a reply.
ratio of
That's
pi
not a reply.
changes. We've asked you
there
to
are analytic
explain
ways.
how. We've asked you to explain how it changes. The moment we do that, you go
It
silent.
becomes smaller or larger.
How?
And because you can calculate it.
How larger, Brenda?
It's going to depend on the type of geometry you're using.
Yes, how do you get it larger than 3.14, Brenda?
And because the rules of geometry will be different. That's why.
Yeah, you've got no idea, have you? You've not even got a clue
I
about
do.
the basic, simple concept of what pi is. Have you? You don't even know how fundamental this shit is. It's embarrassing, Brenda. It's more embarrassing for your people that have told you to come in here. Or they've let you come in here. Talking for the globe.
That's just your paranoia talking. So you should avoid saying that.
It's
when you think,
embarrassing for the globe, Brenda. You're showing us and everybody that they've got nothing. They've got somebody who doesn't even know the basic fundamentals of a circle and what pi is, or even why not to say it fucking changes. You were the one telling us earlier on this week it was a transcendental.
Yeah, do you know what that is?
It's obviously something that you don't understand, Brenda.
No, do you know what it is?
Absolutely.
What?
Wasn't it Kant that said it?
No, what do you think a transcendental
Wasn't it
number
Kant
is?
that called it a transcendental?
No, I'm just asking you what that is.
Let her change to turn the question round.
Yeah, it's pi.
I was just thinking that.
No, there's more than one transcendental number.
Okay, Fibonacci. Ooh, there you go.
That's a series. That's not a number. That's not a number.
That's not a number.
No, that's a series.
It's a ratio, Brenda.
It's a series.
You muppet. You don't know anything. Tau.
Right?
That's another one. It's another number. Once you put it into a ratio and put fucking numbers to it, it becomes a number.
So what is a transcendental number?
Pi. Tau.
What does that mean?
Oh.
To be
Brenda, you tell us, Brenda. You tell us.
No, you're the one.
You tell us, Brenda. You're meant to be telling us how pi can get bigger.
It gets bigger in non-Euclidean geometry.
How?
Because of how you measure pi.
Because you measure pi as a ratio between the
diameter
and the circumference. So how do you get more diameters into the circumference of a circle?
Because of the shape, the saddle shape of a non-Euclidean parabolic geometry. In a spherical geometry, the pi gets less and less.
Yes.
Until it gets to 0.
How'd you get it more?
It's the opposite as in spherical geometry.
Go on.
Right?
You make the radius smaller and smaller, but keep the circumference the same, Brenda? How the fuck do you do that?
The circles on a sphere, their circumference is not the same.
It's
right?
longer, isn't it?
The circumference of,
longer,
say,
so that it goes down, the ratio goes down. How do you make the ratio go bigger, Brenda? How?
On non-Euclidean, it's the opposite of spherical geometry.
You mean like the inverted, not the outside of the sphere, the inside of the sphere.
The inside?
Yeah, positive curvature, negative curvature. Surely you understand this, Brenda.
Right, on a sphere, right, you have cuts of the sphere. And those cuts, those latitudinal circles, they're lesser circles. And they are small, they get smaller towards the northern and southern poles.
The circles do, yeah. What you're after is the diameter getting smaller, but not the circle. You're trying to get a bigger number. Do you understand the fundamentals of the mathematics that you're fucking about with? Or do you just do it mentally? Do you just fuck around with people and say the opposite of what they do, not realizing the consequences of the stupid fucking shit you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
No, the radius would be, the radius is the distance along the sphere from the polar points, either north or south pole.
Tau.
No, on the sphere.
Tau, you're talking about the radius. You're talking about tau now, not pi.
No, I'm not talking about tau.
So why are you talking about the radius then?
So a lesser circle on a sphere has a radius. The radius, the radial point is on the sphere.
Yeah, so it's bigger, so the number comes down. We know that. We said that
changes
in some stupid fucking conceptual thing. Yes, we know how to make the number go smaller, Brenda. The stupid shit that you said was it goes both ways. So please, Brenda, explain how we make the number bigger in your fucking stupid non-reality. Go on, give it a go.
In a non-Euclidean geometry space, like a saddle, or like we say a Pringle chip, right? It's the opposite. The center of the circle is on the saddle shape itself, right? Just like the center of the lesser circle on a sphere is on the sphere. It's not inside the sphere, it's on the sphere. You never go inside of the sphere. That doesn't exist.
Is there a saddle sphere? But how does that make the diameter less while the radius stays the same?
There is a pseudosphere. There is a pseudosphere which has negative curvature, which is the opposite of the positive curvature of an actual sphere.
An opposite sphere. An anti-sphere.
Yeah. It's a pseudosphere.
Can you show us one of these?
Yeah, I have in the past.
Go on then. Have you got one?
Yeah.
Have you got one in your pocket?
You just Google it.
Flat balls.
Just Google it. Brenda, you're such a waste of time. You're a waste of time, you're a waste of energy, and you're a waste of space.
Go on, show us one, Brenda. Show us your...
Do I have permission to post in text? Because that's the only way I can do it, right?
Yeah. Should be able to post in text. This is a not sphere, is it?
Mm-hmm.
And get us all of your axioms as well for you, and the definitions as well are more important.
I'm guessing they're going to be all the same.
Love
exactly.
to see the definitions.
Me too. I'd love to see those. And the axioms. I'd love to see the axioms.
Waiting, Brenda.
I bet anybody they're going to be almost exactly the same.
Do you know the opposite of a sphere?
Pseudosphere, apparently.
A not sphere. That's just a not sphere, though, isn't it? A pseudosphere. That's a... Right, Brenda? Pseudos just means fucking not, right?
Yeah, as in non-Euclidean, non-reality.
Yeah, that's not what pseudo means. That's not what pseudo means.
What does it mean then, Brenda? Go on. Just give us the one off your top of your head. Go on.
It just, in this case, it just means false.
A false sphere.
Like not.
A false sphere.
Yeah, just like not. Just a different way of...
How does it look like, though? We're curious.
Waiting for you to post, Brenda.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I take it those go to infinity, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
What the fuck is that?
That is that is a non-Euclidean sphere.
It's a false.
I wouldn't like to live on that.
How do they use that, Brenda? Just to win arguments about when somebody says sphere. Now, when you have a circle in one of those, right? What's the ratio between the the circumference and the... Does that go the other way? It looks like a normal circle to me. Looks like it'd have pi. All of those circles, wouldn't they?
It can't. You only live on the surface, don't you? Be a bit of a bump going over that bend in the middle, though. You'd have a bit of an angle there.
Or is the two ends there at infinity? Is that both the same point since they are both at infinity?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the radius infinite. Is that how it works? Or is it just a point in the middle of the circle?
Well, on a sphere, the circles, on a sphere, the circles go to 0. On a pseudosphere, they go to infinity.
But they're just like pi circles, those, right?
In this diagram, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, they're not different in the other geometry that you're talking about, Brenda, are they? Or do you just have to depict them as actual circles that we all know as circles just for the depiction of your drawing? Does it not actually even look like that in reality? In non-reality, sorry. In your imagination, does it look like that with normal Euclidean circles? Or do you have a different concept of a circle, seeing as you've made up a new geometry? Or can you not get that circle out your head because it's fucking fundamental? Which one is it, Brenda?
A circle would simply be a line is drawn from a given center and a given radius.
Mm-hmm.
Infinity.
Yeah. It would be on the surface of the pseudosphere, just as it is on the surface of a sphere.
On the surface of it, but isn't that inverted surface?
Yeah,
isn't it inside out? Which surface are we talking about?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Surface we can't see.
You also said the pseudosphere doesn't have a surface.
No, it does have a surface. Of course it does.
Well, make up your mind.
I never said it doesn't have a surface.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Nuh-uh.
Well, I want to know what the shape of the circle is on that bend.
Well, you're right about one thing. It is a non-sphere.
That's definitely not a sphere, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct. It's a pseudosphere.
Right.
False sphere.
Is that in the definitions? Have you got within your geometry that you're looking for?
That would be the same as
Is that
Euclidean.
the definition? How do they define that?
They'd be exactly the same as
What?
Euclidean geometry, except for
The definitions? No, there's no such fucking shape as that fucking stupid thing. How would they define it in this?
I said the axioms are the same, except for the fifth postulate.
I was just asking for the definitions, though, Brenda, not the fucking axioms. The definitions. Where are they? Because it seems like you're just making shit up without giving us any definitions.
You think I'm making up non-Euclidean geometry?
Have you got the definitions, Brenda? Then we can have a look at them, just to make sure that you're not making shit up.
You look it up. You look it up.
Just Google it.
Yeah. How many times have you been asked to give definitions, Brenda, and given nothing?
I'll do a quick Google. Yep.
I
Shit,
got a picture
Brenda
of it,
made
sir.
up. There's nothing there, Brenda.
Any given point, but the catch is the point is at infinity here, so okay.
You can't prove infinity, can you, Brenda?
It's not even a sentence.
Well, wasn't that the problem that they had with the fifth fucking postulate? Or do you not even know that?
Infinity isn't a number.
No.
It's a problem, though.
A problem about two straight lines meeting on which side of another straight line. Somebody had a problem with it because they couldn't tell what happened to parallel lines at infinity. So they decided just to ditch it and make up some other shit where they can have not spheres and make up shit without any definitions needed at all. Say we didn't really do much, obviously. Look at this fucking weird shit. Like, no, we didn't do much. Here's a not sphere. Look at this. Fucking stupid, Brenda.
Where's infinity in this picture, bro?
So Euclid's fifth postulate is that through a point on a line.
No, it's not.
I mean, through a point not on a line, there exists only one line going through the point that never intersects with the line. That's Euclid's
Negative.
fifth.
Negative.
No, it is Euclid's fifth.
That's Playfair.
We have to go through. Yes, it is Playfair. It's logically.
It's not what you're talking about, then, right?
Did you forget how you read it yesterday, Brenda?
It's
you
been
read it.
proven.
Pretty good, actually.
Playfair's.
You read it yesterday, Brenda.
So not Euclid, Playfair's.
It's logically equivalent. It's been proven to be logically equivalent to.
Who proved it, Brenda? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Playfair's about parallel lines.
Yes.
The 12th axiom is about triangles.
No, it's not. It's about parallel lines.
You forgot what you said yesterday, Brenda. Do you have that much of a short memory?
About what?
I asked you what the fifth was.
Yeah.
That answers that, yeah.
Of a short memory about what?
Playfair's axiom is equivalent.
It just shows how ridiculous you are, Brenda.
No, it doesn't. Playfair's axiom is equivalent. It's equivalent.
But Brenda, sorry to interrupt. Don't you remember when you read the fifth yesterday and I told you it was the 12th axiom? Never mind that. You remember when you read it out?
It's the fifth postulate.
Okay. You remember when you read it out?
Yeah.
And what was your conclusion at the end of that? What shape did it make?
A triangle.
There you go. So you did. So you do remember.
That's not what the axiom is about, though.
But you just said
it's not an axiom. You just said.
Can you describe? You can describe triangles in Euclidean geometry without using Euclid's fifth postulate. And in fact, Euclid doesn't refer to the fifth or the 12th in your book until what, about volume 28. Euclid never doesn't use it.
Yeah, Brenda, even the chat know you're talking about Play-Doh.
The point is that Bev, if
don't eat the Play-Doh, Brenda.
Yeah, if you can,
Brenda, you're embarrassing yourself.
You're talking over me. Shut up.
No, Brenda, you should
shut
leave.
Up.
You are a fucking waste of time. Just
So
leave.
Stop being a bitch.
Brenda, just
shut
go.
Just
Brenda,
shut
just go.
Shut up.
So you're just going to keep talking.
You're a fucking idiot.
No, I'm not.
Should
this
leave.
is
Yes,
high
you
school.
are.
This is high school geometry, and you're too fucking stupid to figure it out.
Brenda, just go.
You're too fucking stupid.
You're an idiot.
Yeah,
Fuck
no,
off.
I'm not.
Brenda,
So
go.
just fuck off.
Yes,
just
you
fuck off.
are. Off you go, Brenda.
So the point is that
Brenda, get
if
lost.
you can prove things about triangles without using the fifth postulate, then it isn't an axiom.
You just double spoke. You said it was a triangle, then you change your mind, Brenda. Come on, stop with the dilithiism. Look. We're gonna call Captain Kirk.
Woohoo!
Yes.
Yeah, at last.
A shit show.
That's how to do it.
So dilithiism, the crystals.
So what I got from that is you could just take something that Euclid said, a part of the reality, and disregard it, and then just make up your own.
Yeah.
Change it at will.
Yeah, that's what I got too.
So what about the reality that's still there?
Doesn't change.
Right.
You just ignore it.
You just ignore it. Oh.
Well, it's not.
Okay.
It's not worth ignoring, right? Because you should know that the crux of the entire argument of this is pi. Right? Pi is obviously Euclidean. Now, when you know they have to step out of Euclidean, that means they have to alter the value of pi. They have to. And who does that? How deluded would you have to be? Because they know they can't. They're proud of how many numbers they can do pi to. They can recite pi to so many numbers, the clever ones. Ooh, they go to 30 numbers. They're very impressed with it. It goes to millions and billions of numbers, right? It never ends. It's transcendental, as Brenda says.
It never ends and it never changes.
Mm-hmm. Not even one little fucking number somewhere. A million decimal places away. So if that doesn't change, then you can be pretty sure that straight line is the shortest distance between those 2 points. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the circle. So what are they going to do? A straight line is a straight line. They can only go to horizontal and vertical aren't straight lines, but that means they're longer. Well, horizontal. They've got to give up right angles. They've got to give up the ability of measuring angles. It's not looking good. And
that picture she shows, it looks like two ice cream cones stuck together. And that's supposed to be a false sphere?
Yeah.
Pseudosphere, yeah.
It's just an inverted sphere, isn't it? The places you can go. But it does have an inside as well, right? Wonder if it has a volume. You should have a calculation for that. It shows you, to me, this is what it shows. With that shape that's a knot sphere, goes to infinity. It shows you that the sphere also does that. It's an impossible shape. They can't have a knot that, because that isn't that to start off with. Mathematically impossible. Somebody's left a code to say, you can't do this.
And when asked, what's the difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean? Well, nothing.
Yeah.
It's just not that.
Just not that. Yeah.
Everything but part of reality that I ignore.
It's nonsense. Sheer nonsense.
Yeah.
2 nights in a row, Brenda reads the 5th, which is actually the 12th axiom. I ask her what it describes. She says a triangle. And then she refers to it as the parallel postulate. I don't know, man. I don't know.
That's why we do it. That's why people have been saying, you know, like, why let them speak? Well, because of that. There's nobody else brave enough to do that. Like, can you imagine who else would you get to say something so stupid?
And repeat it.
Is it bravery or is it stupidity?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's
question.
obviously the globe view, right? It's just that who's brave enough to say it other than Brenda?
So far, nobody.
Yeah, only Brenda. But I mean, that's got to be the sign of things to come. Got to be. Who else is going to be next? We've had Blue unclamping the hump.
Yeah.
Right? Putting bends in elevation profiles. Bending straight lines. Now we've got Brenda wanting to change pi. Because that's what Blue's doing as well. I don't know whether he noticed that. Whenever anybody says they can have a horizontal but only at one point, they've got to be somehow changing pi, because horizontal's a straight line. How can it only be at one point? Doesn't make any sense, does it? Doesn't to me, anyway.
To me, it stops and ends right there. Horizontal, not being a point, but being a line. And all verticals being perpendicular. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
The rest is, just them flapping their gums. They're just saying what they've learned. What's been shoved down their throats, especially in higher education.
Yeah, but the Alice in Wonderland assault is coming, where they try and convince you that you don't understand what a straight line is.
Yeah.
So, sorry. I mean, I don't know whether we're the cause of this or what. And I mean, I'm sorry, people that are going to have to argue against it, right? If you had a model and now you have to defend a model. I don't know. Sorry. Straight lines. Oh, there he is. He's listening. You did it, Blue. You unclamped it. You turned an elevation profile into a hump because Jesse Kozlowski, the wizard, told you to. And you went along with it. You made a video. Yeah, don't worry, Blue. I won't be going over the videos because I know what you guys are like. Copyright striking. What's he put? There's no need for me to go to Google Earth, Blue. You're the only person that I've ever seen draw an elevation profile with a fucking great big wazzing hump in the middle and label it a tangent plane. Internal horizontal chord tangent plane. I've got it. I'll put it over. I'm glad you came in, Blue. Here we go.
Horizontal chord line tangent plane.
Unclamp that hump.
Like I say, I'd like to see some more people come out in support of you, Blue. You're still out there on your own with your humped elevation profile. Weird, really weird. You're not the only one that's done horizontals intersecting, because that's ridiculous.
Hello?
Yo. Hot mic. Did he take your message down? Uh-oh. Did you make a spelling mistake? Yeah, I'm not calling Google. I don't see why you should do that. You were the one that drew the elevation profile with a big hump in the middle of it.
We're glad that you unclamped the hump, Blue. On the contrary, we're happy.
Yeah, I'd like to see some more people supporting Blue. I mean, instead of leaving him out there on his own. I mean, Jesse, obviously Jesse, but I mean, where's Jesse now? He's not round to help Blue. No, we're talking about your picture, Blue. I'm not bothered about what you do with Google. Your little tricks with the computer program. Talking about your elevation profile.
There's
and
a
Wally.
clamped one.
Yeah. Wally even did it in helping you. I mean, like you and Wally.
Yeah, this is compliments of Wally, Blue.
Unclamp. Even made it on a t-shirt.
There you
look,
go,
look at Wally. Look what you made Wally do.
Wally had to go out and buy some clamps. Sorry for laughing. I can't help it.
Elevation profiles with a fucking hump. It's amazing some of the things you get up to. I never actually thought I'd see any more. I thought Jesse had done that one and then disappeared and got out of it. Save himself from embarrassment. But he's got other people to do it for him. That's clever. You know, that's clever. Soundly and Jesse do the deed, get all the fame, and then disappear and leave people like Blue to defend it. I didn't make you do it, Blue. You did it all on your own. That profile? No. There is no hump profile for elevation like that, Blue. It's the only elevation profile with water like that. They're all just horizontal, Blue. You've got some special skills.
Excuse me, Bev.
Yeah.
Can you give Chris Berry the VC role, please? He wants to come in.
Yeah, he's got it.
Just done it.
Yeah.
I just done it.
You.
You're good to go, Chris.
Yeah, Rumpus is upset. He can't draw. He can't overpower everyone with switching his screen on. Blue can't. He's obsessed with certain things, but he's upset about that elevation profile because somebody's told him there's a 90-foot hump in the middle, and he drew it out.
You messed up there, buddy. Sorry, you messed up.
90 foot. That's nothing.
What? In an elevation profile? Yeah. Fucking hell.
Their model has a 14-mile high hump at the equator.
It's actually bigger than that, yeah, but we're talking about the bridge. Rakia's bridge.
Rakia's bridge?
Yeah.
Also known as Lake Pontchartrain Bridge.
Lake Rakia.
But we renamed it, Chris.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
obviously there's something going on at that location, at that angle, that distance. It looks like it's got a hump.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't look like it got one?
Nah. In one picture that Soundly's took. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not one picture, is it? It's stacked. $300, I think.
That's right. A lot of people don't know that it's stacked, even though Rakia has said it quite a few times.
What's stacked?
That picture that you're thinking about. Soundly's?
Yeah. You mean it's edited?
Yeah, you could say that.
Is there an original? I mean, that's out there.
That's stacked.
Well, by stacked you mean it's more than one picture on top of another?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there just one picture?
I don't know. You'll have to ask Soundly. He spent 3 years there, apparently. But
how do you know it's stacked,
everyone's because he's told us. Fucking hell, Chris, have you never looked into this?
Well, I've seen that photo 1,000 times, and I've never heard anyone mention it was been stacked. It was topic of discussion for like 2 years. But either way, let's say it's stacked.
The wrong discussions, Chris.
Well, let's say it's stacked. What does that matter? Are you saying that it's manipulating the image somehow? It's making it look like there's a hump at the end of the bridge?
If it's stacked, it's not a true image, is it? It's manipulated.
I guess. I mean, well, that's why I asked if there was an original one photo. Like, what's the one photo look like compared to the stack?
I don't know. How many have you seen? Because we're talking about the elevation profile that Blue did with the big wazzing hump in the middle of it, right? You do realise that's like a 90-foot hump of water that Blue drew in a picture.
Where's this picture? I don't know what you're talking about.
Get it? I think the one I think
in live chat.
I'll get it for you in a minute. There's a chance. You didn't see Blue unclamping the hump?
No, I just logged on, so I don't know.
No, not like over the last month or so. It's been a big thing.
I haven't.
No, he did it a few years ago as well, apparently.
I was on Jose's yesterday, and he was on there, but I was really going back and forth with Rumpus. And then Rumpus lost it. he got triggered, and then Jose kicked him out. It was funny.
There you go. See that?
Okay.
That's like Pontchartrain, those two bits of the bridge at either end. So that green line there, the straight line that you would have thought was the horizontal. Well, he does call it the horizontal chord line. That's what I'd say the water was at. Don't know about you. But Blue's drawn a big wazzing hump in the middle. Goes way higher.
Well, I don't get why he's drawing a straight tangent plane line in that picture in the first place. That he's saying that curved green line is the Earth, right?
Well, it's the water, I think. He's got the causeway marked blue, green, red.
Right, so the bridge is red. The water, well, water or land, however you look at it, they say it's curved, is green. Well, in their model, they're not going to call that a hump, though. They're going to call that just curve. I don't know.
It is an elevation profile. Have you ever seen anybody draw an elevation profile with water like that before? Ever?
I haven't. No.
No, that's brave, though, isn't it? That's what I was saying. Like, you asked if you've missed anything. Well, yeah. Look at that, what you've missed. Blue's drawn an elevation profile with a wazzing great big hump of water in the middle. Do you think he could prove that?
No, absolutely not. But that's what I'm saying is they're just simply going off of a model. They don't have any proof for it. But that is what their model says. It has to be, obviously. If their model is wrong, then the Earth isn't round. The elevation profile on their model is level, right? So if he's going to say it's level along that green line, even though it's curved, their level isn't horizontal in their model. So it's not a change in elevation because it's level the whole way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but there is a straight line. There is a shortest distance, right? In reality, there is a shortest distance. And in that elevation profile there, he's got an elevation distance of 90 feet from the straight line.
Well, I don't get what the straight line is supposed to represent on his drawing.
It's a horizontal, obviously. Because everybody knows horizontals exist in reality, right? We use them.
But why would he draw a horizontal line on his ball model? I don't get it.
He's called it a tangent plane.
Yeah, but what is it supposed to represent? Like,
he called it a horizontal chord line. Yeah, it's blue.
Right. So it's through the Earth. And his model that's cutting through the Earth. But why even show that?
That's horizontal. I'd say that in reality, the shortest distance between one end of the bridge and the other is a horizontal distance, right? Just me looking at it, the way I would look at it. That's the shortest distance from the two yellow dots to one to the other. And he has put a straight line there. Now, I'd say that's what the water does. Provably so. But Blue's gone and drawn a 90-foot hump in the middle.
Be right back.
I think he's missed out quite a lot. If didn't know about that. Thanks for that, Blue. It's been good. Still learning with Blue. Oh yeah, that was a good one, wasn't it? Where you got Wally to back you up. That was another really good one. We have people that get all of this. It's good that you've got WS helping you as well, Blue. Unclamping the hump. Yeah, FPV's asking you to come in and bring your globe proof Blue, but we don't accept unclamping of Googleistic variable potential lines as a proof of anything in reality. It's fucking ridiculous.
And I'm sure Blue is welcome to come in. Unlike his lack of, shall we say, hospitality, has banned us all from his house. You're still
they hang out.
Well, that's what happens when you ask questions, SE.
Yeah.
Yeah, DP, they don't like questions.
Ask questions, you get banned.
Yes, sir.
He'll only hang out at Jose's. He'll only hang out at Jose's where he knows that he's got like 8, 9, 10 bars to 1.
Yeah, he only goes where it's safe, you know?
I was on there, like I said, I was on there yesterday. And of course, it was like 8, 9 till first of me. I was on there for, I don't know, an hour. And the whole time, at the very beginning, I started talking about they were talking about sextants and celestial navigation. And I got on there, was asking questions, and I said, well, the sextant's making horizontal straight lines to the horizon and to the star and to whatever, and it forms a 90-degree right triangle, right? And they said, no, there's no triangle, all this stuff, yada, yada. And I said, so now I'm like literally an hour, I have the clip, literally an hour into it, everyone's going back and forth. And I'm like, why, you're denying it. If you just Google it, it comes up. There's every navigation thing talks about 90 degrees, right triangles, and all the images it's right triangles, etc. And then finally, I don't even know who it was. He sounded maybe European or something.
So you got a bad mic there. It sounds like you barking, Chris. Have you got?
Huh?
Your mic. It's like I've had to turn you down.
Well, yeah, I mean that happens sometimes. That's why there's volume controls on Discord.
Your
very
mic
close to your mic, Chris.
Your mic is really, really peeking out, Chris.
It's a webcam mic. Oh, here, let me go into settings. Oh, input's way up. How's that?
Yeah,
I think it's a lot better.
Yeah, that sounds better.
All right, I turned it down. I don't know how I didn't do that. I don't know. It was at 100%, but it's just a webcam. And so, anyways, long story short, I'm in there for an hour, going back and forth. I'm telling them like very basic stuff, and they're denying it. It's not. There's no triangles. There's no 90 degrees to any sextant measurement ever when you're doing celestial navigation. And finally, I asked a simple question. I said, well, you guys the whole time have been saying that you're having to do these, conversions to a ball, from doing the dip corrections and this correction and that correction and all this. And I said, well, what's the point of that if it's not starting flat? And one of them finally spoke up and said, well, it is measuring flat, but we have to convert to a ball. But if we didn't have to convert to a ball, it wouldn't be a ball. So in other words, yeah, finally, I'll say you're right for a whole hour. We've been saying you're wrong, but we are converting dip angle because it's round, which still isn't right. And it's like pulling teeth over there just to get him to admit to a simple thing.
Hold on. Sorry, Chris. I just read something in the chat. We'll get back to what I'm stunned. Blue, are you saying none of us are banned on your Discord? so we can all
on his
come and join?
YouTube. His YouTube.
Oh, his YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, come on now, Blue. You know what I meant, Blue? Your Discord.
I had to say it like he said it. Bev, are you recording? Ban.
Where are you seeing him? Is he typing somewhere?
In the YouTube.
Oh, YouTube.
Yes, it's all banned, Chris. All of us.
Oh, whatever. Anyways, I posted a link to the audio, or it's the YouTube video of it yesterday, and I have it right at timestamp, right where I start that question, and the guy admits it.
Yeah, I'm not playing anybody else's videos.
That's fine. It's for
I know better than that.
Discord.
Yeah, we don't do the sextant stuff. It's just measuring an angle, right? No, we're not really up on the.
It's measuring a flat baseline angle.
It's just measuring an angle, right? It's a sextant just measures an angle.
It completes a triangle, and the baseline of
What triangle
is horizontal.
What triangle?
Well, you have there's 3 points. There's the observer.
Yeah.
The horizon typically, and then if you're doing, say, a star, it's the star. So it's 3 points.
Okay.
So that's
an angle.
Geometry makes a triangle.
You get an angle.
Correct. You do get an angle. In a triangle, you have an angle, right?
Yeah, but you have more than just an angle. Like we have a saying here, you can do fuck all with an angle. And that's all you have when you have a sextant, right?
Well, I don't know. They use sextants. They work. So I'm just telling you that, yes, you get an angle.
Yep.
But that angle is there's 3 points to that instrument. There's the observer, the horizon typically, and then, say, a star, or it could be even the top of a building. It doesn't really matter. You have 3 points. If you connect those points, if you extend the horizontal line out to that point, it's flat, and you're going to have a 90-degree right triangle plus your angle plus the third angle for 180 degrees.
You've only got one angle with the sextant, though. Right? I mean, I don't know what how well up on the argument you are, because I don't think there even is an argument myself. A sextant just measures an angle.
I'll put an image in the Discord and you can see. Find something here.
We do know how to measure an angle. It's all of the other stuff.
Yeah, but look at the image I posted, right?
Yep.
Vertical sextant angle. So you got the observer. You've got there's a red baseline. It's flat. You got to the sun, and if you see where it says distance off MHWS, where those 2 lines meet, that's 90 degrees.
Yeah, wow.
Right?
I like the way you've done that, Chris. Nice shout out. You know, the height. How'd you get that?
Well, this isn't mine. It's just an example on the internet. I can find
you found it, did you?
I can find you a dozen of them.
Yeah. Why's that one got 33 feet? What's that?
Here's another one. Here's another one. That one's kind of small. Whoops.
Yeah, well, that one, they can actually know the height of the lighthouse, don't they? That's a known height, right? So that one with the lighthouse, that's known. Is that why it's got that other one's got 33 feet on it? 33 meters.
33 meters.
Clever.
Take your tinfoil hat off, Bev.
It just has. I mean, how did they get that? Because that looks to me like Ruhiff's opposite side angle that he just made up, right? I mean, how do you have the side length from over there? You're the observer. He's on the water. How does he know how tall that is?
You'll have to do more research, I guess. I'm just telling you.
Because
when you do a measurement with a sextant, the concept
you get an angle.
You get an angle.
Yeah.
You have a flat baseline, and you have a third.
You just have an angle.
Do you have angles and triangles?
Yeah, there's 3 of them.
Right, exactly.
And what can you do with one of them?
There's 3 angles.
What can you do with one?
Well, they can navigate
with an angle.
That's what they say. They've been doing it since 1714 or something like that.
Right, that's what they say. Who's they?
Anyone who's ever used one, thousands of people.
Mm-hmm. I've been in contact with a few. The last one said you can do fuck all with the angle. He agreed with me. You need loads of other things, don't you?
I don't know. I'm not even arguing that the sextant works or doesn't. I'm arguing it's measuring a flat horizontal line from the observer.
It's not. It's just measuring an angle. You don't measure a horizontal, you establish. You find the horizontal with a tool called a level. A sextant isn't one of those tools. It just measures angles. You can't make a sextant into something that it isn't. I mean, you can put a bubble on it, can't you? But you'd still just be able to measure an angle. But it's the principle of what you think you can do with it. Anyway. You could sit there all day measuring angles. Where does it get you? What do you do with it?
Well, so your argument is sextants just don't work then the way that they're described.
We measure angles. Nobody can tell us what the method is or anything.
Nobody can tell you what the method is?
Well, can you? Everybody always gets stuck at the fact that you've got a sextant and you can measure an angle, right? That's the bit they get stuck at. What happens after that? Do you know?
I personally don't, but that's not my concern. Like I've said, it's not if it works or not. It's how it's the description of it. And what they're saying you're doing.
Who's saying what? That's what I'm saying.
Anyone who's used the sextant, the manuals.
What are they saying, Chris? Have you heard anybody say anything?
Well, they're saying you can navigate with the sextant.
Mm-hmm. And you can just measure an angle with a sextant. And then what do they do with that? Well, once you've done that, what is the procedure?
Have to do more research. I don't know. I have to do more research on that.
Yeah. Well, I'm doing research like that. And I do research by asking people. And it turns out you need loads more stuff. A sextant isn't as magical as you think it is. It just measures angles. And then you can't really do much else with geometry other than simple stuff. I mean, like, how trigonometry works, right? Everybody knows how trig works. So Katoa and all of that shit. Well, you need a right angle triangle to start off with. And if you've only got an angle, you haven't got that. You've just got an angle. So you can't do trig. And even when you do have a right angle triangle, you need an angle and a side. So not only do you need a right angle triangle and an angle of that right angle triangle, other than the right angle bit, obviously. So actually you need to know all of the angles. Well, you do know all of the angles because obviously triangles only have 180 degrees. And if you know one of them's 90 because it's a right angle, and you know the other one because you've measured it, you can work out the other one just by subtracting it. Dead exactly. Easy.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I've been saying.
That triangles have 180 degrees. Or the sum of two right angles. Because it's a geometric fact. Provable. But if you've only got a sextant, you've only got one of those angles. You don't have the triangle or anything. You've just got an angle.
You just said you have it. If you know, if it's really a right 90-degree triangle, and yours is the other angle, then you have two angles. You can come up with.
Where'd you get the right angle from?
That's just how it works. It's a horizontal baseline.
Well, no, the horizontals and verticals are always there, right? But if you get an angle measuring device and measure an angle, that doesn't give you a right angle triangle. It just gives you an angle. Yeah, I know you can do that, but you haven't got a 90 degree. You haven't got a triangle to be able to do that with. You might have an imagine triangle, but you've only actually got one angle. You can't just magic the rest of a right angle triangle from nowhere.
I think the explanation is if you're using the horizon, then that's where you're getting it from.
Getting what from?
The horizontal plane.
That's just a straight line, right?
Right. So
you're the vertex of an angle. To keep it simple, your eye is the vertex.
Right.
Then you're looking at the horizon, so that's point A. And then you're sighting the angle, a horizontal, vertical angle from the horizon to something in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. So you're measuring that angle.
Correct.
Yeah. So that's it. One angle.
But it's two angles.
It's not. It's just one.
It's two. You have the angle you're measuring, and you know, you use the instrument right. It's establishing a horizontal baseline, and that horizontal, if it's a second point of that triangle, it's 90 degrees.
What's 90 degrees? The line
the second
is...
point. Your I guess you call it a measurement, or you're looking at the horizon in this example. And if you do the math right, or if you use it right, or whatever, your dip angle, like let's say you're 10 feet off the ground, right? You have to do some sort of dip angle calculation. You'll level out that point, so that's a straight line.
It's always a straight line. You're measuring an angle,
right? You're measuring. You have 3 points: the observer,
okay,
the horizon, and the object in the sky. The horizon is a right angle.
There you go. The vertex and two arms. That's it. You've got an angle. That's it.
Arm.
That's a sextant. Measures an angle.
I've already posted multiple images, so you're just, I don't know if you're ignoring them or if you just don't believe or trust them. But
I've got a sextant here. It just measures angles, Chris.
Can't explain it any better than what I've already posted.
Okay.
I also have to go, but I'll do more research for you, or see if I can help, or if I can explain it better.
Cool.
Don't do the research for Bev. Do it for you.
Well, he said he's asking people. So
yeah, I've been asking people all the time, but that's what we do here. Socratic method. I have found out a few answers. I get the feeling you won't believe me.
It's not that I won't believe you. It's just you need to have some evidence. You can't say, "Oh, I talked to someone and they said it's bullcrap." Okay, who did you talk to? Where's the recording? What did they say?
It's only comments. But it should be simple enough, right? A sextant just measures an angle. Like it's not wizardry. It's just a measuring an angle, right? Now it doesn't take much to know that you can do fuck all with that angle.
Oh, you triggered the rumpus, Chris. Or is it you?
Where is he?
I'm not sure.
See the rumpus?
Yeah, he's in the YouTube.
Oh yeah, he got triggered yesterday hard, and I said Jose he kicked him out for the day. All right, guys, I do have to go though. Take care.
Oh, see ya. It's Chris. Chris, you've upset Rumpus.
Rumpus, you scared Chris away.
Can you stop doing that, Rumpus, to the guests that we have, please? Oh, no name calling of other guests, Rumpus, please.
That's not hospitable of you, Rumpus.
He was just showing how they use a sextant, Rumpus. Obviously, they cite landmarks with them. I've seen them do it. Definitely cite landmarks with sextants. Yeah, there you go. If you know the height of the... See? It works like that when you know the heights of stuff, and because that's how trigonometry works. Oh, Gary, post something in the chat. Looks like Gary says channel locked, so he's trying to get in here.
Go in Discord, post something, and we'll give you rights.
Blue's agreeing with me. Everybody, look in the chat. Look in the chat. A sextant just measures angles. Blue's agreeing with me.
You.
Yeah.
And Rumpus.
Yep.
Wow.
You don't have a triangle.
That's what happens when you state the truths. It
you
works
only
well,
have an
doesn't it?
angle.
Yeah.
Love is in the air.
Almost like we're on the same team.
Almost.
Sorry, DP. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just going to say, we've been saying this since day one of the sextant argument. It's just an angle.
Yeah. It's purely geometric, right? As soon as you want to measure an angle, then come on in, let's have a discussion about what's going on. We're into the geometry. Everybody should know that.
Even the cat agrees.
Yeah. Have a chat amongst yourselves. I've got to obviously go and feed the cats, I think. Be back in a minute.
So Rumpus, why are you upset tonight? What's wrong? Chris triggered you yesterday, I heard.
Don't forget about the down angle.
The down angle. Yeah. That would be nice. The angle of down, yeah.
Yeah, it defines the zero. Remember he said that?
Yep. Plus, Brenda was saying that down is all over, all directions yesterday.
Yep, it's everywhere.
Blue is unclamping humps. That's great. Nice, Rakia. Looking sharp.
Yeah, they had a good week. Another 6 weeks, we'll have that sucker looking good and back in the water.
Looks like you got a cannon on top there.
A what?
Like a cannon, like a machine gun or something.
Let me see what picture. Oh, that's the radar.
Yeah, I know. But the way it's angled, it looks like on the phone, it looks like a gun.
Yeah, it's crazy. They big week this week. A lot of fiberglass work that I'm like shows a lot of progress. Sand stuff got done, so pretty cool. I just rode by there on my way through.
I imagine the bottom part is different there.
Yeah, that's just sanded down. It's gonna be the bottom will be black once we're done. Where that blue and white is below the gray, it'll be a black bottom, and then there'll be a little strip of gray, which is the water line with they call it a bootstrap, and right at the water line there'll be another black stripe about 3 inches wide, and then the rest of it will be gray like it is now. That's just the primer, but it'll be pretty much that close to that color right there, and then the rest of it will be white from there up.
Looking good.
Yeah, it's amazing. I've never done a full like a restoration on a boat like this, and it's coming out great. I can't wait to see. I can't wait. It's fun to go through the process. I like this part of doing any project. It's kind of what I do for a living, is go somewhere and it's just a piece of land and build this amazing structure on it. Yeah. So we just stripped this down basically, and now we're building it back up. Everything will be new, like all the outside railings and all the outriggers and just stuff like that. The hatch, we took the hatches off yesterday. All those will be new. Pretty cool. Starting to go back together now. We've been tearing apart and cutting and grinding. Now it's starting to take back shape, put things back on. I'll show you something cool. These are the exhausts. Took them to the house and cleaned them and brought them back today.
Yeah. Doing some work there.
Yes, those are called risers. That takes all the seawater out of your engine and flushes it through those big pipes basically, and mixes with the gas, the exhaust of the engine, and flushes out the back. Kind of nuts how much work,
How much work and how much money. Yeah.
yeah. If you're worried about the money in these type of deals, you shouldn't be doing it. There's nothing cheap about anything to do with that boat is cheap. All crazy. It's what we enjoy.
Notice any humps on the bridge lately?
There actually are humps, so it's kind of like it's like flat Earth. You know, Earth isn't flat. The bridge, it actually does have humps, and just the water doesn't hump.
Yeah. Well, Blue tells us different.
Yeah, Blue unclamped it.
The 90. Yeah.
Blue likes that water hump.
You unclamp that freaking water, and it's a humping.
There's only Blue that's brave enough to do it, though, at the minute. He's got no backing. It must be bad for him. Rumpus, you could draw an elevation profile of it for us as well.
Rumpus would be the ideal person to do that. He's good in the in that department.
To keep it to pictures, though, to put in the chat, not allow him to post his share his screen.
Well, if he DMs us a picture, we'll put it up.
I'll show it. Yeah.
If
put it in the gallery.
Yeah.
I was hoping by now. I mean, me and DP were talking about this after Blue did the first elevation hump profile. We said we'd open up a gallery of all of the other hump elevation profiles coming. Wally did one, didn't he? He went for the drop rather than the hump, which was brave. The nutsack elevation profile. Very brave. But there's not many others. It's not really, we can't really open the gallery up yet. It'd just be that one picture of Blue on his own. Oh, and Jesse. Jesse did one, didn't he? Just you and Jesse, Blue. I didn't want to silence everybody there.
I think we have one from Hoymar too. Lake Rakia Underwater Hotel. Remember that one?
Yeah. Yeah, we do. Yeah,
that's 3.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, to open it up on the web page, we need about 8 or something like that before we can open its own page up for the elevation hump profile. So if anybody out there sees any more elevation profiles with a hump, because everybody should know that water doesn't do that, but if you see any globers brave enough to draw an elevation profile with where the water seems to change in elevation vertically, but you know that it can't do actually, so yeah, send them in. Next Level Discord. Send it to either me or DP, and we'll save them. Or send it to anyone really. So let us know, and we'll put it in the gallery. Sunrise sunset angles. What's that? The angle that the sun's at when it's rising and when it's setting. 0 angle. I know it is it equinox? Yeah. This weekend, I think Sunday. We might have a good weekend. If it's nice on Sunday and the weather's good, Might be worth a look, see whether we can get a sunset, get a first sunset. See if we can get a Fata Morgana. Is Blue coming in here harassing people, calling them names again? Blue, please stop it. Can't help himself, can he? He's always getting too triggered. Who was it that triggered him? Who was it? FPV. Shouldn't be so triggered, Blue. Swearing, calling people names. Sort of getting an image of you, Blue, raging around your workshop.
What type of man does that? Get yourself together, Blue. Maybe go have yourself a nice dinner, massage. You know, treat yourself. Forget about this for a while.
It might be because you were showing him bits of your piping.
Oh, yeah, I should show him my woodworking. I'm needing.
He's talking about his religious leader. Wow. How did you manage to do that? FPV, you managed to get Blue going all religious. Talking about his religious leader. Wow. Who'd have thought it?
We're learning a lot about Blue this week. I mean, he's only ever talked about, flying small planes, and now we found out that he has this special license that he flies commercial planes. I was misled. Congrats. I mean, it takes a lot,
I think it takes a lot to trigger Blue to come in here. Yeah, you know how much he hates giving us any attention. So for him to be listening, he must have just freaked into a listening in at one time, and then somebody must have triggered him in here. Otherwise, he wouldn't be posting. It's like he's got a hots for FPV, I think.
He might be recording your live show.
Oh, again, yeah. For content.
Replay it. Might be doing that.
Yeah. Well, that's fine, Blue. Yeah. Spread the word. It's good. It's good us YouTube content creators can help each other out. I like the community that we have. I really feel welcomed into the community around here.
I'd like to hear more songs out of their side. Like the music seems to reach people. I'd like to hear some of their music.
Yeah. And some comedy as well. I mean, it's been a while since Blue did a funny, isn't it? I mean, I know he puts those like mistakes in for us to spot, but I've had to stop watching them. I don't know whether he might strike us.
Easter egg hunting. The Easter egg hunt.
The hunt for Blue's mistakes. Blue's clues. Miss clues.
Blue's clues.
Yeah, don't strike us for that.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't say his name. Using his likeness.
Nah, Blue's not that much of a snowflake like the other guy. But he's still a bit of a snowflake for banning us.
No, you can't be asked questions that you don't want to be asked.
His last statement before banning me was, "I'm tired of hearing Rakia." I was in chat, Blue. Pretty sure you wasn't hearing me. Ban me from his channel from what I was saying and doing in chat, like talking to people, having a rebuttal, like a conversation.
Oh, bad robot. And I let my moderators moderate, Blue. I think you should send a message to Emma. I don't know why. Emma's not done much. So, yeah, if you have a complaint about Askin's moderating, let Emma know. She'll be issuing orders, and I don't know, Askin may need to get reprimanded somehow. But, I mean, you sort that out, Blue. Send your memo.
We take some of his nugs away from him, where he can't post as much, can't gamble with his nugs as much.
Oh yeah, the nugs. I nearly forgot about that. Look at the I forgot to get me nugs from the gambling time. We have a currency on the Discord channel, the nug. Ooh, nice. And tomorrow it's Emma's birthday, so everybody can come round and say happy birthday to Emma. I don't know whether we're going to go live. We might go live and do a Buster. Happy birthday to Emma. Or we might just do it private in the Discord.
Can we all sing along?
Yeah.
That would be nice.
Yeah, I don't know. I won't be joining.
We may get
you don't want to hear me.
Copyrighted. Happy birthday song.
That's bad, Ricky. You're roboting. Bad robot. I see Sean's been in the chat thread. Nice. That must mean Sean's in here, so Sean can come in if he wants at any time. See, he's in the he's in this Discord now. So we are able to communicate with Sean if he wants to do any of the debates. I mean, has anybody seen any debates that are happening? At all? Any debates? I've not been watching any of the other channels for quite a while.
You talking about Sean Hawkins?
And yeah, he's a debate night channel.
He took over Jose's show. He's the star now.
Who, Sean?
Yeah, he's there every day. He pretty much takes over the show.
Jose's nice. I like that.
Jose's getting desperate. I shouldn't laugh.
Well, Jose comes round here every now and again for a chat. He didn't want to promote his channel the other day. I couldn't understand that. He came round here to have a discussion about something. I can't remember what it was. He wanted to learn something. Equipotential angle of adjustment. I tried to explain it to him, and he said it was just the fact that I was too stupid. The fact that he couldn't understand it. It was my fault.
Yeah,
Genius.
Jose's okay unless you attack guys like Blue, who are his contributors. Then he gets a little freaked out. He got upset that I called a certain person a hillbilly. He said I was a racist.
Yeah. Yeah, that is racist to them, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's because Nathan... I think Nathan started that one.
The hillbilly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure who did.
It might have been
kind of all
DP,
kinds.
I don't know.
These things spread so fast once we get one. That's one of the best. Drives him crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys had him going really good the other day on the Coriolis again. You guys, I think it was all of you. You were going after Blue about the Coriolis.
It was SE. That was all SE. That was nothing to do with us. We don't touch the Coriolis.
Yeah. Blue gets all shook out of shape. Yeah, I think I remember when they used to always go on and on and on about how pilots had to make these elaborate plans, flight plans, and they had to include the Coriolis effect in there. Wasn't that in the arguments back years ago?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and
Right
it's like now it's like no. Sorry.
No, you're right. I just said, yeah, way back at the beginning.
Yeah, so they've changed numerous arguments over time. Every time one gets shot down, then they have to change the definition.
Yeah. Do you find that you're always arguing with more than they have? Right? They flip the argument into getting you to tell them about their model, and you end up arguing both sides of it because they don't know anything about their own model.
Well, yesterday on Jose's, they were Chris was on there, Chris Berry, and a couple other guys, and then Lemon, and they kept talking about the angle, the sextant angle, and then saying it's not a triangle. But what they were doing is they were diverting from the idea that it's just an angle, which it is, right? It's just an angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or am I wrong? Yeah. Mm-hmm. But then they kept diverting it to that because I don't think they wanted to talk about all the additional stuff that comes afterward.
It's because
I think you were talking about it a little while ago.
Yeah, the flat earthers have given them an argument for them to turn round and say it's just an angle. Well, then you start talking about a triangle, like Chris was just in here before. I mean, nobody knows what else you're meant to do. It's because the argument's been given them the wrong way round, and now the ballers don't know what the argument is, and neither do the flat earthers. Nobody knows what the actual argument is anymore.
Yeah, they were all confused, and they kept driving it that, it's just an angle, it's just an angle. And but of course, guys like Chris and Lemon were getting at the whole thing. You have to put the whole thing together to get the distances, right? And they were just avoiding it like the plague and just kept saying, it's just an angle, it's just an angle. But it was cracking me up.
Yeah, you can't actually do anything with it. It is just an angle, and you can't do anything with an angle alone.
Right, exactly.
But then the rest of the stuff is ridiculous.
Well, that's why they try to avoid it, I think.
Yeah.
So they kept making sure that they wanted to make it a point that all they could do is take an angle, and they didn't want the talk to go to the other end of everything else that comes after you measure the angle to get all their distances and stuff, with like the radius and refraction, and I guess I call them the two R's now.
Those two things don't come into it.
No, but they added into it because they have to get their curve, right? Or am I wrong?
Well, I don't know. Like I say, it's
confusing.
Know. Yeah, you can only have an angle with a sextant, and
with the sextant, yes.
Yeah, the method or the procedure about what goes on once you've attained that angle, nobody knows. Because
and that's why
it's nonsensical. It doesn't, like the procedure doesn't make any sense. That's why nobody knows what it is.
Yeah, I think that's why they were avoiding going that direction with the argument yesterday. And they kept making sure that they kept sticking on it can only do an angle because they didn't want the conversation to go to the other part. Because they'll tell numerous different ways. I mean, depending on who you talk to for the day, whether it's Bob or Blue or one of those guys. It's like they all have a little bit different argument.
They don't want to talk to us about it because obviously you can just measure an angle. The procedure of you using that angle has to be geometric, right? Whatever you're doing with it has to be some sort of a geometric thing, and you can't do anything with it. You've got one angle, and you can do fuck all with that.
Yeah, from that one angle, they can't tell how far it is, or how high it is, or anything. So they got to go to their little book and get all the little figures.
A book of what?
And the refraction will be whatever they feel like.
You've got an angle, so at some point you have to you look in a book for an angle. Doesn't make any sense, does it?
No.
Like what? The book's got a load of angles in it, and then different lights in the sky. And what's it meant to say, right? When you look up an angle and a light in the sky, what's it meant to say to you?
Nothing.
It's ridiculous. The whole process, stupid.
The book is the rest of the story.
Well, the book is the God, right?
Yeah.
That's where they get all of it's like the shadow giants have wrote stuff down in a book, and they just have to point at it. They don't even have to read it. They just point at the book and go, "Ooh, shadow giant book. Read it yourself." You don't understand. Nobody understands the process or anything involved in it.
Yeah, it gets funny.
Yeah. I think it's even funnier because both sides only know a counter to the other side's argument. And very rarely do either of those arguments relate to reality.
But they have more than us, and so they will all scream and yell at the same time.
I wouldn't say that. Between them and us, if you're calling it us, because I'm sat in the middle. I'd say nobody really has anything in this sextant argument, as far as I can see. There are people that do navigate, right? So, obviously, you've got to know where you're going. But the actual argument that's coming on at the minute with the sextant, I'm not too sure anybody actually knows, because they're trying to change it from a navigation aid to a shape of the fucking earth thing. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think, and this is my opinion, I'm not saying this is what you think, but my opinion is it has something to do with the way our perspective is in our field of view and our elevation over the surface. And somewhere in that are the measurements that are real. and they compensated. They created another version that made it a curve, and then they had to add refraction because that didn't even work. And then the refraction has to be different levels of refraction to even get that to come close. So they developed another system, is what I think they did. But the real system would be something to do with the way we see and the angles in our field of view. And they're limited by our elevation. It has something to do with that.
Well, the sextant.
Because we see. No, I mean, to use a sextant, instead of using all their stuff, their radius and their refraction, I think we would need to understand how our field of view has a compression factor in it based on our elevation. And so we can get all these different angles by going up or down. And so they created a standard with sea level. But somewhere in that field of view with that compression at the center frame is where the measurements really are. It's not curvature. It's perspective. Because even their angle is a perspective angle, right? From wherever you're at, it's the angle in your field of view, right?
Oh, what angle? I think there's some wizardry being performed with an angle.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's because it's a perspective angle. It's not going to match what we would say, okay, if we know the distance is this to there, and we know the height there is this, and of course we don't get the elevation angle that we would think with geometry, right?
Well,
and so they created then a curvature. You don't
do an elevation angle, do you?
But isn't that what it is when you're taking the angle to a star or to the sun or like Polaris or whatever? What's that? I don't know all the terminology.
Yeah, it's just a vertical angle, right? But it's not a distance.
No, I know. What I'm saying is they have to go to their little book and get the distance from your point to that point to the...
Which book?
Oh, sorry. I'm going to hang up for a minute. Yeah. Or I'm just going to listen for a minute. My wife's coming out to talk.
Yeah. Wow. Cross purposes, right? I think this is where we get to. Is that we're at the basics of what you do with the sextant measuring an angle. Realizing that you need distances and all of that, but it seems that we're at cross purposes. You've only got an angle. But if you can measure distances and all of that, then you can measure heights as well. You don't need the angle. I don't understand what the angle's used for. The angle definitely be used. It may be this, right? The angle is definitely used on the azimuthal, on the horizontal plane. Because that's how you triangulate for maps. On a 2D plane, right? You just transpose all of those vertical distances straight down and you plot all of the points on a grid system. Like that, you measure angles to do that, trigonometric. But you don't do that for elevations. You measure elevations as in a vertical change. You don't measure them with angles. You actually measure them locally, not over distance. So maybe that's where the connection and the difference is. I don't know. No angles on elevations as far as I know. You could get GPS, I suppose. But as far as I know, it's just triangulation, plotting you on a map. Again, it should be simple, but I think people have been having different conversations, and they've definitely shut us out. I know that. we've always been having problems with the procedure and the method. Curvature, let me find a question that I don't think I've ever had anybody answer yet. There you go. Been after this one for ages. I think this is the first thing I ever wrote and put on like a meme for myself. Could you please supply us with your most accurate method for the measurement of the curvature of the water level in a length of canal in between locks with a distance greater than 1 mile? Thank you. There you go. Never been answered. There is no method. Jesse Kozlowski did his best to give us it. But if anybody wants to go ahead, ask Glober, ask anyone. How do you measure it? The elevation change. Well, the curvature of the water, because it's either got a hump or drop, or both. On the model, because in reality it's horizontal.
We were told on their model that it had to have both.
Yeah.
If it had one, it had the other.
Yeah, I'd say we know, like Brenda was saying, some stupid stuff, and Rumpus says some stupid stuff. Blue's showing us pictures of a elevation profile with a hump in the middle, but he's saying it's not actually a hump, it's a drop. But we don't like to call it either hump or drop. Can we just forget about it? Get out of my Discord server talking to me. Yeah. Sorry, guys. We must have upset them. They're all leaving. Friday night, free for all. Come on in, let's have a chat. I'm guessing it's going to be people talking about a model, but not in a good way.
Hi, my name's Dawson, and I want to talk about velociraptors, please. I'm just kidding. It's trying to picture it.
There's the cheaping in the background. It's like, yeah. Is that your mate?
I'm a friend. I mean,
hi, I'm new here. And the first thing I'm going to do to you is lie to you by saying I'm new here.
That was to you, Dawson.
Did you hear yourself singing, Turn Up? Did you? It's an opening.
I did. Me and Michelle were giggling.
It's good timing. I didn't have to do anything. Fit in really well.
Yeah, well, sometimes I'll wait for it. You don't get the chance very often, but when you see the chance, you take it.
Yeah, I was hoping that we get some more to talk to, but I don't know. want to have a conversation. I would really like to get out a bit more, because this is going to be fun, especially with the pi. Straight line. Straight lines ruins a model. Who'd have thunk it? Is there something else on? Are we going to have to... Oh, right. Where do we go from here then, guys? It looks like we've hit a bit of a stall. Are we going to...
well, I mean, what can you do? If people are... We're not even... We're way past the talking to people who are giving the information. This brick wall is completely different. We're facing people that are running away, hiding, and purposely going, nah, so they can't hear the information. This is a whole new breed of people. So, I mean, trying to get anybody to talk, even on a free-for-all Friday. Like, this is your chance, guys. This is the free-for-all right now. You guys can come in here and talk about your... Oh, God, I can't believe I'm going to say it. Your globe, Earth.
No, I don't think so. There's only 28 people. I think they've all left. I don't think we've even got any hate watchers.
No, I'm just saying. No, tonight's the night. If they wanted to come in and talk about their follow Earth, their fucking, whatever. It's free for all. But they don't even want to fucking do that.
Model Affliction Monday.
Huh?
We can come in then.
Yeah, why do they always come on those days and not the free for all?
They don't come in on those days either. But it will be good this one on Monday. I've got a good one set up. I've just finished that video with Brenda and the pie. And then I've got another one for Brenda and the straight line mess up that she did the other day on the cutting board.
Okay, which one is the one where she's like, you people are shit. Notice how I whispered that? I didn't want her to hear it, right? You people are all shit. Shut the fuck up.
Oh. A shit pie? She can do it.
Yeah, let's
you
not
guys
talk about people that aren't here.
Right. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Can we say RRP? RRP to that discussion?
Yeah.
Bring somebody in that's real.
Oh, we did get some good stuff from Beddy as well. He's been on about his logic in the straight line. That was impressive. Let me see if I can get that in the chat. He was quoting things about people writing, his shadow giants have been writing all sorts of stuff about straight lines for him to see. I mean, like this one. Wrote in 1833, code again, right? It says, this is at the time, postmodernism, they're all fucking about with people's heads. Beddy writes, straight is a simple notion, and hence all definitions of it must fail. Oh, work that one out. Unger. Somebody wrote that in 1833, so that's one of the received opinions of Beddy, because somebody wrote it. It says, I'll say it again. Straight is a simple notion, and hence all definitions of it must fail. It's that simple, you can't define it.
if the definition fell, then it wasn't logic to begin with.
And then he's got some more. He did quite a few different definitions of people, right? And
hey, why is it that when they go back in the past, they're allowed to use shit from the past, but when we go back in the past, it's no, that shit's off limits.
I think, how come you can't know what a straight line is for yourself? I mean, why do you have to listen to these received opinions of people in the past? I mean, it's a straight line, for fuck's sake.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, but I mean, he needs
it's
this.
2022, right? I mean, I'm sorry, I gotta get this off my chest. Shut the fuck up, couple. It's 2022, and you guys are taking the word of some guy who's been dead for what? How many fucking centuries now?
Oh, sorry, was someone talking over you when you were making your point?
That goddamn Albertan.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. We should be allowed to use stuff from the past, but they're going to be using shit from 1833. How much shit could we dig up about a horizontal straight line from fucking 1833? That's what I'm just saying.
I feel like you really got to go back that far to know what a straight line is.
No, that's my point.
Some of these definitions he was giving us are pretty good, right? Here's another one. A straight line is a line which lies evenly within the points on itself. He says that's famously obscure. So, but he still decided to write it down for us. He thought we'd need to know that a famously obscure definition of a straight line. Plato defined it, this is Plato's definition, as that of which the middle covers the ends, i.e. relative to an eye placed at one end and looking along the line. It is problematic because it involves the assumption that a line of sight is straight. That was a nice one, right? Is anyone heard of that definition of straight before? No? I've never heard of it. But then this is Beddy. He's trying to explain straight. And this one, I'm not even going to attempt this guy's name. It says, it seems as though the notion of a straight line, owing to its simplicity, cannot be explained by any regular definition, which does not introduce words already containing in themselves, by implication, the notion to be defined. Such, e.g., are direction, equality, uniformity, or unevenness of position, unswerving course. And, as though it were impossible, if a person does not already know what the term straight here means, to teach him, unless by putting before him in some way a picture or drawing of it. There you go, straight. Fundamental. Everybody should fucking know what it is. How can they have a problem with what straight is? That's messed up, right?
I think that's what I meant by I don't think you have to go back that far to know what a straight line is.
Yeah. It's like, you have to be really bad, right? I think at one point in time when they had postmodernism or whatever, right? They had this time where they were inventing all of this stuff. Someone said, right, well, we don't have any fundamental truths. There's no self-evident truths. They've been given to us by the shadow giants. We don't have to accept that. We can find our own truths. And in saying that, then they say, well, let's just unshackle ourselves from them. And off we go. Like, and they did it with logic. We did it with everything. But in that, they must have questioned the straight line, right? They end up questioning geometry and basic, simple, fundamental truths. Now, it probably went nowhere, but afterwards, you get chance to be able to use these things from the past. Always afterwards, they find stuff to help them in the future. That's what they've done with this. A straight line's never changed. There wasn't a time in history when a straight line did change. There was only a time in history when they fucked people up. And look at the repercussions that we're in now. Famously obscure talking about a straight line. It's mad. But I guess most people know that we are living in crazy times. Crazy times. And we've been saying for a while, like, where do we go next? What happens? Who knows? These are new times for us. New times, exciting times. And I would like to talk to people about stuff, but I know there's a lot of people that find it hard to be able to talk. Because I don't think most people really... I think the way everybody's been taught and the influences that most people are under, they don't realise it. But the phone, TV, the news... the radio, advertising, images.
Discord.
Yeah. Yeah, the computers, the PCs. As if they're different. Yeah. Everybody's influenced by everything. People you talk to. I mean, everybody, everything can influence you. Just got to realise it and work on yourself. And don't forget it's Emma's birthday tomorrow.
Happy birthday tomorrow, Emma.
Oh, 7 minutes. Could have waited.
I don't mind saying it twice. How old are you, Emma? 25, 26?
Should be 25 again.
25 again, man.
It's been an interesting week. Pie week. All we need to do now is let everybody know the importance of a straight line. But it doesn't really sound impressive, does it? When they've got rockets and astronauts, magic books, unclamped elevation profiles. We've got models. We've got all sorts of stuff. And all we've got's like a straight line. a straight line in reality. And if anybody wants to make a competition of it, to do the thing, we can go proof for proof. But I don't know, we might have to start up the proof thing again, Essie. We need to go and start talking to some people about, get all of this stuff back again. Let everybody know that they haven't got proof for anything.
They so much as said that, no proof.
Proofs don't exist anymore.
For the most part, yeah. That's what the answers I've been getting. No proof.
We still got some people in on the Discord. Whatever. Is he around today? Yeah. We're talking about surveying equipment over there in the chat. Not many people know what we're doing. Most people just make shit up, to tell you the truth. But we learn from it.
We have people that use that equipment every single day.
Yeah. Elevation, water in the land. I think I heard that was one of the best things I've ever heard.
Yeah, shout out Ricky. Yeah.
It explains it perfectly what's going on.
I'll read you another text from just earlier today. This is a different guy, one of my other supervisors. Let's see. I'm going to clean the front and water the gravel. I can work until 4. Now, what do you mean? What do you mean water the gravel? Well, they mean make it level it out, water the gravel. They don't mean put a hump in it or a curve or a drop. They mean level it, make it horizontal, flatten it, water the gravel, water the dirt. They know water creates a horizontal. I'm up in God's country here. I'm passing a place that's got 3 ponds. I'm in a hilly area, and the ponds are at 3 different elevations. Like one's top of the hill, one's midway down, and one's, down in the valley kind of thing. Over, let's say, a half a mile. It's huge ponds. But all the water is parallel to each other. It's just at different layers. Pretty simple.
Yep. Ever see those terraces where they do rice farming and they have them all? They have like literally a mountain, and it's like got slots of water, like, so they get more land out of it. And it's like exactly like you just said. You see every pond is freaking level and horizontal. There's no way around that. I had a good picture, but I don't think I can find it now.
And no matter what the distance is, if you make a levee and fill it up with water all the way to the top, you'll be able to put more dirt or take some away to make your dirt level, right, with the water, top of the water. And then if you cut a trench in it and let the water drain out, it's going to drain down all the way equally to that level. And distance doesn't matter. It'll do that forever. As long
Happy
as you want.
25th birthday, Emma. Sorry, Ricky.
No problem. She comes first.
She'll be listening.
It was my goal to be the first.
I found the picture. Have a look, Rukia.
Yeah.
Look at that, huh? How can you argue with that?
Yeah. Yeah. Chris Berry's showing us a picture of like, we know how to measure an angle. It's a sextant. I've got one. Right. It's gone midnight. Euclid day tomorrow. I know it's not. It's Saturday, isn't it? I don't know what we're doing. Don't know if we've got anything planned. UFC night. Emma's birthday tomorrow. We might go live. Anybody want to get any final words? And we'll shut it off and go into just the Discord after party. Anyone? No? Anyone final request then for Buster? Which song? Go on, I'm waiting. Request from YouTube. Buster song for
Do we have
playing
the Nug Life? We haven't heard that in a while.
I haven't actually got that one. I don't know where it is. I'm going to find it to get it in. Anyone? I'll have a look.
About the level, biatch.
Yeah, I'm leaving that one off for a bit.
I'm all for two. That's it. No more suggestions from me.
That one where he sings about not caring what the sophists say. I'll find my proof in reality or whatever it says. That
Wisdom.
one. Is that what it's called? Yeah, Wisdom in All Honesty. That one.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
that's a good choice. I think it's got the SE bit as well, this one. Truth.
Yeah, I think that's the one SE's on. Yeah.
Okay. We will maybe see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. See you later, guys.
It is probably the single most important mathematical idea of all. The notion of proof by circle and line or ruler and compass construction means that geometry can be known about in a way that is different from knowing about physical things, and so makes geometry epistemically differentiated. Furthermore, starting from circles and lines alone and constructing a relationship using circles and lines alone makes the conclusions certain in a way that nothing else was at the time. In geometric reasoning, the argument and the conclusions were made supremely clear and evident to the senses. Indeed, the concept of proof, a mechanism that gave a warrant for claiming geometry to be perfectly and absolutely true, made geometry the very paradigm of what we mean true and certain knowledge to be. In effect, in our understanding of nature, true means true like geometry is true.
Come go with me. Open your mind.
Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life.
True.
And I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I find the proofs in reality. They were right.
We call this proof.
We know that they were right.
True. We call this proof. Like geometry is true.
Starting circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known.
We call this proof.
Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly. And I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I find the proofs in reality.
Like geometry is true. Perfect. Absolutely.
And all around you is sinking sand. You have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you.
Absolutely.
Open your mind, and I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty.
True.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Come go with me. We'll find the truth.
True.